Y'all remember when this shit played? Yeah, it's been 6 months since we heard this. Yeah, it's been 6 months since we've ever heard this OST on the login before. Oh, how unfortunate is that, ladies and gentlemen? I heard you guys came up with a yeah, I heard you guys came up with a community name for yourselves. Are you happy with it? What better way to come up with a name for a community than the community deciding what the name is? Right? Isn't that the most appropriate thing you can do? Doesn't that make the most sense? How did the name Seed Pumpers become a thing? I mean, it's not a particularly long story. It's not a particularly long story. So, I was playing Punishing Gray Raven, right? And one thing you can do in Punishing Gray Raven when you're starting out is get a mentor. And when you, like, get a mentor, right? What happens is you get to like do all these missions and stuff, and like gain experience faster, all of that. So you kind of like really want one. And so as I was like browsing through the list, you can like auto select, you can like auto send out invites for like to become a mentor or to get a mentor. And one of the mentors on the list, their name was Seed Pumper. Yeah. And so I sent out an invitation to them, and I was like, you know what? They probably will accept me way more if I change my name to Seed Pumper 2. And so then I changed my name to Seed Pumper 2. And unfortunately, because I had sent out like 20 invites, somebody else took me in instead. Yeah, so our name is still Seed Pumper 2 in Punishing Gray Raven. Yeah, our name is still Seed Pumper 2. And, yeah. Yeah, missed a lifetime friendship, absolutely. And then I think in Ethereum Restart, when we logged in on day 1, I made the name of my character Seed Pumper 3. Yeah, and then we kind of had some fun in world chat that day. Literally me? What is this? Oh, you think you're funny, don't you? You think you're funny, huh, buddy? Well, you wanna know why? Because I was actually working on some content. I was actually doing my job before getting on stream. I was actually doing my job before getting on stream. Yeah, you might be. Yeah, you guys are saying 36 minutes late. I was working anyways. So, I don't particularly think it matters that much. Yeah, I was literally working. Why do you guys think the stream title is different today? Are you gonna make a video on the Kuro job applications? I could. I could make a video on the Kuro job applications. Anyone have a link to them? The glow? Is this real? Surely there are more actual posts regarding it, right? Surely... Are we going to get scammed with another sub 4-hour stream? Waldo, if you keep asking that question, because you've asked it about 4 times, or you talked about it about 4 times today, it's going to be a 3-hour stream. So just keep asking, and then it'll get to 2 hours. Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to accomplish by repeatedly asking that question. What do you think's gonna happen? Has that ever worked out for you? Ever? Have you ever gotten the desired outcome by spamming that before? The answer is no, never. I think I saw like some more in-depth ones regarding this. I think I saw like some more in-depth ones that were like actually translated and had like more info, or is this it? Cause like what am I gonna fucking do? Make a video on like this one? Unk, are you gonna see our Google Slides? I already did. I already did. Uh oh boy. What's this link gonna show me? Surely I'll be able to translate this, right? Surely I can translate this, right? I fucking can't. Uh do I have to be in Chrome to translate this? I don't know if this is a rumor or not. I mean, this is their literal job website, so. Alright, well, surely I can translate this page. Translate to English. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Let's quickly start multitasking a little bit. Get everything all sorted in my windows. See, guys, this is why I don't give Narushio too much shit, because he is a funnel for content for me. Because, like, who else is going to find random fucking shit like this for free? Oh, really? It's a fucking... Is that even real? Is that even real? That's just a photo. It's just a photo. Oh, well, this was announced back in the day. Okay. Why is this more... Okay. I mean, damn, that's a lot of jobs. Damn, that's a lot of jobs. Job description is too detailed to be fake. Guangzhou. Let's see where Kuro Games headquarters is. Well, would you look at that? Yeah. I mean, maybe we'll be able to find some clues as to, like, what type of genre of game it is. I'm gonna open up every single fucking link and see where we might find some clues. Huh. Huh. Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy, that's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, surely I'll be able to find something in here, right? 3D action. Okay. Big shot move animations. Cooperate with animation team. Okay, that's not that that is not as in depth as I would like. All we know right now is that it's 3D. Okay, that's just a recruitment. Oh, if you're hiring recruiters, that's always good. Yeah, hiring recruiters is always good. What is this? Kuro's making an MMO? Ooh. Okay. Nice. Now I can just steal that. Now I can just steal that one. Yeah, where is it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Think Bro, Brax already stole it? Did he? When was this even available? What do you mean Brax already stole it? I don't see a video by him. Oh, guys. By steal, I'm referring to a like video, not a fucking tweet. Guess how much money people get from tweets, guys. Guess how much money and clout people get from tweets. Zero. Negative. It's not an MMO RPG, it's an MMO ARPG. Where's the ARPG part, Elveni? Where'd you find the ARPG part? Because an ARPG is inherently different. Because it's like a top-down sort of... It's like a top-down sort of deal. Okay. I wish we can just find out Lost Ark gameplay then. It's
Lost
essentially
Ark
like
isn't-
Lost Ark? Okay. I need to find just like regular... Okay, launch gameplay trailer. Nice. Okay. Cool. Alright. I think we can check this out. Did Cap upload a video on this yet? Maybe I could just steal all of her, all of the links that she looked at. Let's see. Let's see. Nope. Nope, she did not. Not yet, she had troubles. Stealing content? Guys, it's not stealing content. It's borrowing the links. There's a difference. Okay. Is it this one? Okay. All I know is 3D action. This one's too vague to mean anything. MMO's good. What happens when we translate this one? Dungeon gameplay. Online, large map, and dungeon gameplay. Okay, I see that there. That sounds ARPG-like. This is some bullshit. User researches. That's the same for any game. Nope. That's not anything crazy. Oh, here we go. We got Yumi. We got Yumi with the goat link. I'm assuming this is going to be Phantasmo. Here we go. What is this one? Battle planning. Oh, 3D ARPG games. Okay, all right. MMO, ARPG, online large map and dungeons. Unreal Engine 4. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know, so people will know it has like a similar visual fidelity to Wuthering Waves and will likely run well. I think one thing that people will be happy with is the idea that the game is at least going to be a fair bit more... Guys, I don't think you understand what asking for Unreal 5 means. Unreal 5 is not optimized. And people using Unreal 5 usually end up with a really badly fucking running game. And so, going to Unreal 5, using a new engine... let's just be honest here. Unreal 5 is like, it barely runs single-player games.
How's that for a magic trick?
Yo, Cap, appreciate it. Appreciate the raid. We're just going over a certain post. Yeah, we'll see how fast my editors can get this one out. Okay. Okay, mobile. Mobile's good. It's still UA4. Aware, yeah. Level floor plans in white boxes. That's not that relevant. Unreal Engine 5 is more future-proof. I don't think you understand what if it doesn't work right now. It's uploaded, buddy. Well, who knows when it's gonna actually come out. All right. I think I've got everything I need ready to go. Let's get right on into this bad boy. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some crazy news when it comes to Wuthering Waves, not really, but mostly Kuro Games. And that is, of course, a new game coming to the portfolio. And there are a couple of details when it comes to this game that are available at first glance. It was actually announced way back in 2023. Credits to Narushio for, I guess, linking all this stuff. It was announced way back in 2023, and it's called, apparently, Project Nami. And one aspect about it is that it might be a PvP game. And so if we just take a look at the actual link and translate it a little bit from TapTap, we get some more details. The recruitment information released by Kuro recently mentioned a mysterious research project. And it's supposed to be that codename Nami that was in 2023. And so we went ahead and just decided to take a look at Kuro's actual recruitment page. And you can see over here, well, this looks pretty damn legit. Not like some of the fake recruitment posts that we had been seeing in the past. And there are about 31 job openings specifically related to Project Nami. And as you can see, with the location over here in Guangzhou, China, where the headquarters of Kuro Games actually is, my oh my, it looks like stuff is kicking up into overdrive for this project. And so I think you can tell a couple of things from the fact that there are so many different job openings with so many crazy titles like engine development, technical planning, user research, all of that. It's that Wuthering Waves is doing fantastically well. So damn good, in fact, that if you just take a look at the last page of this job application over here, they're hiring recruiters. And if you know anything about business, you know anything about how an organization works, when you're at the point where you're actively hiring recruiters, then your company is pretty much in a good spot. It's in a really, really good spot because when the company's doing bad, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Recruiters are typically the first jobs on the chopping block because, well, what's the point of getting new people when all you're looking to do is cut? So yeah, Kuro Games is doing exceptionally well, and they're starting to hire for a brand new project. And so you might be wondering, well, all these job titles that we're seeing over here, they don't seem particularly too specific. What exactly is going on? And so actually diving deeper into some of the individual job applications themselves, sorry for using that word, I know it might traumatize some of you guys, we get some further details about what this game is actually going to be. And so, the first and foremost one is going to be this level planning role. I don't know why it says copy, but the job description for this bad boy, it's going to be a full-time one, is going to be responsible for the design and production of the game's MMO content. It's going to design the process and follow up on the implementation of gameplay objects, so on and so forth. And so, imagine, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually going to be a game where you're going to actively interact with more and more players. If you're familiar with Kuro's actual current portfolio of games, let's be entirely honest here. Wuthering Waves and Punishing Gray Raven as well aren't really games where you actively play with other players. Sure, there are a couple of co-op modes here and then, but in Wuthering Waves, they're few and far between, with the co-op mode typically, it's just being used for like having fun and farming echoes. It's not a traditional part of the gameplay loop. I'd be surprised to find out that the percentage of people that are playing with other people every single day is like above like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%. And in Punishing Gray Raven, they actually removed their co-op mode because it was getting too damn annoying to actually do every single day of the week, or not every single day of the week, every week, and it was becoming more of a drain on the players to actually incorporate in the gameplay loop. And so this looks like one of those times where they're actually innovating even further on their current portfolio of games. And boy, oh boy, is this exciting news, especially considering that Kuro Games is a company that's, I mean, for better or worse, known for taking games that have issues, that have problems, and releasing a better version of them, right? Y'all remember this game, right? Uh, y'all remember this game, right? What do you think Punishing Gray Raven was in relation to this game? A better version of Honkai Impact 3. And, well, you probably know the next one that I'm going to show. Yeah, y'all remember this bad boy, right? Yeah, y'all remember this one, don't you? What's Wuthering Waves? What's Wuthering Waves, ladies and gentlemen? It's a better version of this dog shit game. And so there's a reason why a lot of people have been asking for Wuthering Star Rail, right? And they might be disappointed to hear that this is going to be an MMO. Because, let's be honest here, Honkai Star Rail has absolutely gone down the fucking gutter. It is such a dog shit game filled with power creep, boring mechanics. Have you seen the kit of Saber? She looks like a 1.0 unit released for the collab. Oh my gosh. Right? People have been asking for a version of Wuthering Star Rail. I'm hoping that Kuro Games is going to continue on that trend of development and just release better versions of Hoyo games. But it looks like that project might be either knocked down the pipeline or just really not even there at all because it's going to be an MMO. So, unfortunately, there's not a lot of further details we can scrape from here other than it being a game that's going to be developed in Unreal Engine. And it's also going to be in the PC as well as consoles and mobile games. So it's going to be a multi-platform game. It's going to be available on mobile, and it's also going to be available on PC. And most of the times, right, people might be concerned, right? You guys all remember Diablo Immortal, right? Y'all got phones, right? And people automatically assumed the game was going to be dog shit. Because, well, that was the reputation of mobile games back in the day. But when Wuthering Waves is a game that, I don't know, let's just be honest here. Holy fucking shit, I picked a good spot to go AFK. When Wuthering Waves is a game that looks like this, oh my god. Yeah, it looks like this on mobile. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't really think we have anything to be, concerned about in terms of the graphical fidelity and the, oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, my frames are so good right now. It's crazy. The game looks incredible. Yeah, I don't think we have anything to worry about in terms of the gameplay or graphical fidelity department, ladies and gentlemen, because Kuro Games knows how to differentiate the performance between the devices and keep the stuff on the PC and console looking absolutely baller. Yeah, I mean, and here's just the evidence right over here. So, no concerns overall for me just on this initial overview. Let's keep going and see what other clues we can get from here. So, the next segment, or the next job I wanted to take a look at was Nami Battle Planning. And so, this job's going to be responsible for the character, monster, move design, attack feel, blah, 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 all of that stuff. Very vague. You could say this for any game. But when we look at the job requirements, that's where we get some additional clues, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the first one. Familiar with the combat system and skill settings of the current mainstream action 3D ARPG games. Sensitive to combat performance and combat sense, and familiar with 3A action games on the market. AAA action games on the market. And so, MMO ARPG. And there should be a couple of games that come to mind, ladies and gentlemen, when you think of that title. I'll give you a bit of a clue. One of them involves an arc, and the other one involves hell. Kind of actually very ironic that it's so like religious, right? Yeah, the first one is going to be, of course, Lost Ark. And as you're all pretty familiar, this game has its own set of issues, which I think the main one being that it's kind of like let's just be honest here, a bit of a pay-to-play sort of game. That's what I've heard. It's very, like, pay-to-win. It has a lot of, like, shady monetization that has gotten it to a point where a lot of people don't have
a lot of fun unless they're willing to spend a good amount of money. And let's be honest here, right? It does have all those issues, but I mean, the gameplay does look quite sick. And when we look at the job role, right, and we know that this is going to be an MMORPG, it's not particularly too surprising to draw this as one of the main inspirations. And there are plenty of issues in Lost Ark for Kuro to explore even further and further improve on, right? Because that's typically their template when it comes to developing games. And so, just for like some additional clue over here, we have like Nami level planning, large map. This includes things like dungeons as well. So that's even like more leaning into the whole MMORPG sort of thing. Another game that I wanted to show is, of course, well, it's gonna be Diablo 4. And this game has kind of gone through a lot of iterations, a lot of updates, and it's had a lot of its own issues that have been improved on over time and, you know, have necessarily gotten better, but still has like a lot of kinks that I feel like could be ironed out. And a lot of people have, you know, like I'm seeing videos from like 2 years ago and stuff like that. It's hard to find like gameplay recently. Give me a second over here. Yeah, let's find gameplay from like this month. Let's find gameplay from like this month. All right, here we got the 2nd anniversary trailer. Let's see if there's any actual gameplay in here. Oh, okay. Similar sort of stuff going on, right? It's you can see that all ARPGs, they do have a similar blend of like, you know, you pick up loot, you go ahead, you explore your skill tree, right? And you end up, you know, upgrading your character, getting all this crazy equipment, and then, you know, doing a lot of fun stuff. You can see the game is not doing particularly well, so I think Kuro definitely sees an opportunity over here. Because, wow, that's one of the most diabolical dislike ratios I've ever seen in the history of gaming. On your official channel. On your official channel for your second only 43k views as well. It's a little rough, right? The real competitor that I think that Kuro Games is going to see over here is, of course, going to be a game that I feel like a lot of people have been talking about recently. And that's going to be, ladies and gentlemen, Path of Exile 2. And I'm not even certain. Has this game even come out yet? Or is it like still in the beta? As far as I was concerned, I wasn't exactly sure if this game is like even like officially released yet. Yeah, it's in early access still. And people consider this to be the best ARPG out on the market currently. I can see why. There's a lot of complexity, a lot of skills, a lot of things you can do in the combat. But here's another thing about Path of Exile. It's too complicated. Yeah. A lot of people just don't play because it's too complicated. Yeah, it almost feels like you need a fucking PhD to be able to play this game properly. Yeah. And I think that's sort of like the big issue. Is that Path of Exile might be the most casual, unfriendly game on the fucking market. Let me just see if I can show what the Path of Exile 2 skill tree looks like. Let's just see if I can. Oh, okay. We got a passive skill tree planner over here. Y'all ready for this? Yeah, I'd rather just go do something in Minecraft, bro. Oh, sorry, that's only one class. Yeah, every single class has a different one. I'd rather go do something in Minecraft if I'm frankly being honest. Yeah, these are all individual upgrades. Sorry, I need to zoom in more. Yeah, so you unlock this one, and then that will give you that one. And you unlock, like, bigger ones that have, like, bigger bonuses and stuff, right? And that's how big it is. So, as you can see over here, imagine playing this game on mobile. Imagine playing this game if you're somebody that's not experienced with it. What are you going to do? Oh, and this is the other thing. I heard it's incredibly easy to brick your build in this game, right? Because, oh, look, let's see if I want to get this ability. Yep, make sure you grab all of these nodes along the way, right? it's incredibly easy to, like, brick your build in this game. And it's, again, very not casual friendly. And so when you think about what Kuro Games is offering on the market over here, it's going to combine elements of PvP. It's also going to be on mobile and consoles. And so naturally, isn't it going to be a little bit less complex? Isn't it going to be something where a lot more players will be able to access it? I'm certain that Kuro Games... Okay, do you guys not fundamentally understand what I mean by breaking your build here? Can you just reset your entire skill tree for free in this game? Okay, and so if the skill tree is this big and the respecs aren't free, when the skill tree is this big and you don't have free respecs, what do you think could potentially happen in this game? Like, we have people over here who play this game, like, every day, and we're talking about it from the perspective of somebody. You can do it with gold. It's essentially free if you farm. So, you could say that for any respec in any game. Who cares if the respec costs 1 million gold? You can just play for 5 hours and just respec everything. So it's literally not free. Like, okay. Are the people saying that it's fine? How often do you play the game? So it's 10 minutes of playtime to respec your entire skill tree. Is it 10 minutes of playtime to respec your entire skill tree? Or is that 10 minutes of playtime if you play the game for 10 plus hours a day? What do I do if I'm a level 15 player and I pick the wrong shit? How long is it going to take me to respec? Right? I've unlocked about 20 abilities. I need to respec all of them because I fucked up my build. Alright, what if I'm level 50? What if I'm level 50 and I need to respec my passives? What if I pick the wrong ascendancy? What if I'm a mercenary and I pick witch hunter, but now I want to be a tactician? So, why are you saying after I can respec it, but then people are saying you can't change the ascendancy? They just added it. In PoE 2, you can't change the ascendancy. Okay, so let's just talk about it this way, guys. As you can see over here, when a game's community is at the point where there are like 30 people all saying different things about it, that's what I mean by it's not casual friendly. Because the fact is that everybody plays this game to some degree, and it's so fucking complicated that nobody knows what the right answer is, except maybe like 2 or 3 people. The game is fucking simpler than PoE 1. That's not a particularly high marker to exceed. Yeah, saying something... What is more complex than PoE 1? What is more complex than PoE 1? How about that? Isn't everything simpler than PoE 1? everything is simpler than PoE 1, right? Yeah, saying that PoE 2 is simpler than PoE 1 is like not a crazy accomplishment. And this is the thing. It's so complex that it turns off a massive number of people from playing the game. All right. I think I'm just going to stop the recording here. Clearly, chat is so fucking annoying right now that, okay, great, guys. Because everyone over here is literally acting retarded and just further proving my point, I'll just have to go ahead, rewatch my recording, and see where we actually need to continue off from. Hey, guys. If respecs take me longer than 5 seconds to do, and they have a cost, that is going to lead to some people breaking their fucking shit. It's pretty simple. Like, I don't want to hear anybody that plays this game a fuck ton. I don't want to hear somebody that plays this game a fuck ton say that it's like, it doesn't cost anything. Or that it's like fucking free. Respecs also have a cost in Wuwa. Well, Wuwa doesn't even have respecs. Like, what the fuck does Wuwa have respecs for? What can you respec in Wuwa? And guys, hey, think about it this way. Yeah. Have you guys ever thought about this? Have you guys ever thought about this? Yes. Sure. If you just play a fuck ton, it might be free. Guess what you're paying with? Guess what you're paying with? Your time. Okay, and gachas are no different? When did it become a competition? Was I saying PoE 2 is worse than gachas? Why are you getting personally attacked because I'm critiquing a game like PoE 2? Why are you getting offended? Why are you making it a competition? Why are you guys making it a competition? I don't get it. What did I say gacha games are better than PoE 2? Did I say gacha games are better than PoE 2? What I said is that it's super easy to brick your build in this game. I said it's super easy to brick your build in PoE 2 because your skill tree looks like this. And I'm telling you that you can't brick a build. So, what happens when I pick all the wrong fucking abilities and I do no damage? My build is fucking bricked. My build is fucking bricked. These aren't abilities? Okay, Afto, I'm gonna be honest here. You're fucking schizoing out right now. They're fucking... What the fuck would you call this? It's a passive ability then. What the fuck? Why are you getting into semantics like it's a fucking passive ability? Why are you getting into semantics like this? What the fuck? What would you call this then? Is this not a passive ability? Abilities are the gems you slot into your ability window. You realize how much you're turning off people from playing the game right now? By getting this specific about wording? Like, you are literally turning off everybody from wanting to play the game. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. Like, it's a passive... The passive ability that you get from unlocking this node is that you break 60%. What is even going on? Who cares this much? Who cares this much about me saying that you can brick your build in a game with 17 million passive abilities? What are we even waffling about over here? It's a game with 17 million passive abilities. Because you literally can't brick a build when your build comes from the items you equip. Oh, so Afto, if I just don't put in a single ability on this passive tree and I only have gems, would I be able to clear content? So it depends on the fucking passive abilities you select. What are we even saying? What are we even saying right now? Jesus Christ. All right, Afto, I'm going to need you to stop talking about PoE. Like I'm going to be real. It's too, you're way too invested. You're way too invested in this game. You're way too invested in it. It's not good. It's not good. I'm just going to cut it. We're not going to talk about it, or you're not going to talk about it anymore. I'm just going to say my piece. You're freaking out. So many new players. So many potential new players. Waldo, you need to stop talking about it too. Like, you guys play this game too much, and you care about it too much. Like, you guys care about the game way too much. To the point where you're turning off people from talking about it. Good God. Like, yep, make sure you... And you don't get this way over Wuwa. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Am I going to have to time out a mod? We'll see. Grab all of these nodes along the way, right? It's incredibly easy to, like, brick your build in this game. Brother, you're over here. All right, let me just get to the bottom of the issue. You're over here trying to tell people that describing these as passive abilities is, like, incorrect. This would be like me schizoing out on somebody for calling something an element instead of an attribute. When I've never done that. You're literally schizoing out calling this a passive tree when I called it an ability tree. Didn't you on the Vars video? Yeah. You want to know why I did it on the Vars video? Because he was a sponsored creator for the game. I'm not a fucking sponsored PoE creator. Yeah, I'm not a sponsored PoE creator. That's kind of the fucking difference. Guys. One's a sponsored creator that has 10, 20, 30 plus hours in the game. I have never even played PoE 2. And if you're equating the two situations, that's kind of retarded. Isn't it? And yes, getting this caught up on calling this, on insisting that this is not an ability. What are we doing here? This is not an ability? Buffing totems like this? Calling the passive tree an ability is like calling artifacts a skill. No, it's fucking not. Because you want to know what? An artifact is a piece of equipment. An artifact is a piece of equipment. That's like calling an artifact gear. Calling a passive ability an ability is like calling artifact gear. What the fuck kind of dog shit comparison is that? Yes, calling echoes gear is pretty much universally okay. And me calling whatever the fuck this is an ability. Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. I don't get it. It's like, have you guys never heard of the term passive ability before in a game? Have we seriously never heard of the term passive ability before in a video game? We've never heard of a passive ability. Is it that hard to say? You just don't know what you are talking about. Okay. Afto, I'm sorry. You cool off for a second. Cool off for a second. It's too much at this point. It's too much. Like, I don't know what it is. If I'm talking about PoE 2, just turn off the stream. Okay? Just turn off the stream. If you see the game on my stream, just turn it off, okay? Just don't talk. Just don't watch it. You're gonna get rage baited by anything. Like, if somebody mentions the game, you're gonna start freaking out. Somebody dared
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! He called this passive ability an ability. Well, oh my! I need to go correct his misinformation. He called this an ability.
What would you call a skill then? Yes, I understand there are gems in the game that are actives. Don't you just call those skills? Oh, but suddenly only those are abilities? They are active skills. Oh, I guess they're also abilities too. All right. All right. I know one thing for certain. All right. Guys, I'm going to be honest here. I think at this point, just don't talk about PoE 2 in my chat. Like, you guys are so fucking annoying, it's ridiculous. Straight up, I actually have never seen a group of people this fucking annoying. I am never going to play the game now. Straight up, I'm never going to play the fucking game. I'm not going to do it. I'm not. I already know that we're going to have people backseating, trying to correct me, say that I'm wrong and spreading misinfo because I called this an ability. You're out here telling me I'm spreading misinfo because I called something like this an ability. What the fuck? Straight up, I'm being accused of spreading misinfo for calling something like this an ability? What's wrong with you guys? Is that actually real? Is that genuinely real? Is this genuinely real? What the fuck? Can we just clear any misunderstanding? What do you mean misunderstanding? Oh, Jesus Christ. All I'm going to say is, what you guys have done today is, I think you've turned off. Let me see how many consecutive viewers I have. Or let me see how many concurrent viewers I have right now. I think you've turned off. We have 700 on Twitch. We have 700 on YouTube. You guys have just turned off about 1,400 people from playing this fucking game. Because now they know what they'll get themselves into when they try to interact with the fucking community. They will schizo out on you because you dared to call this an ability. Are you serious?
He's spreading misinformation.
Genuinely. Oh, good God. Oh, good God. Okay. This game. Right? Because, oh, look, let's see if I want to get this ability. Yep, make sure you grab all of these nodes along the way. Right? It's incredibly easy to, like, brick your build in this game. And it's, again, very not casual friendly. And so when you think it's very easy to brick your build in this game and it's not casual friendly. Where am I wrong? And I guess this is the other thing, guys. Is being it just because you can respec, does that mean that your build isn't bricked? Who cares if you even can respec? Your build is bricked, so you respect it. Isn't that just a fact? Who cares how easy? Why would you respec your build in the first place? Because it got bricked. Actually, you know what? I'm surprised I even got stun locked about this. Yeah. Why would you respec in the first place? It got bricked. Because the build is fucking dog shit. Because it's so complex and so easy to make mistakes. So it got bricked, so you respect it. Isn't that just how it is? Or is it like
He didn't say how cheap it was.
I'm baffled. I'm baffled at this point, guys. It's pretty hard to brick a build. Clearly, we have a guy that needs to probably play other games. Yeah, I totally see what you mean. Yeah, it's I know exactly what to pick at first glance. Yep. I would know exactly what to do. Yep, just because I'm able to read, I would know exactly what I need to pick. You're totally right. Yeah, you're totally right. Yep, that I would just probably one try max. You're not the only one talking about it. Oh. Clearly the guy's wrong and his concerns don't matter because he only got 5 updates. Yeah, he only got 5 updates, so clearly he has no idea what he's talking about. See my picture? What is this? Yes, a passive skill is generally considered a type of ability. Oh, sorry. Hey, Google. Hey, guys, can we go send petitions? Can we go send strongly worded emails to Google? They're spreading misinfo about PoE2. Yeah, they're spreading misinfo about PoE2. How dare they call it an ability? How dare they call it an ability? In video games, passive abilities don't exist. Passive abilities don't exist, guys. Clearly, how dare somebody use general terminology from other games in PoE 2? How dare somebody do that? Guys, this is literally the exact same thing as schizoing out on somebody, saying they're spreading misinformation because they called Echo's equipment. Oh, actually, they're the residual frequencies of tacit discords that you slay in the overworld or claim for tacit fields. They're not equipment or gear, okay? They're equipped through your terminal, not your body. Like, bro. Bro, like, what are we doing here? Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Genuinely. It's incredibly easy to, like, brick your build in this game. And it's, again, very not casual friendly. And there are some people that might say, oh, respecs in this game are free, or respecs only take you like 20 minutes of grinding when you hit the end game. But at the end of the day, if you're respecking a build, that's probably because you fucked it up somewhere along the line. And when the skill tree is this big and there are this many opportunities to fuck up the build, yeah, I mean, that's what most people would call bricking. So yeah, that's going to be PoE and all of the stuff going on over here. And when we think about the complexity that's going to be in this title, and then we compare it, right, to what we're traditionally going to find in a gacha game, there's a reason why PoE is not going to actually be on mobile, ladies and gentlemen. And while Project Nami is. The last thing that I wanted to actually touch on, right, is we touched on the casual nature, the likely casual nature of the game. It's going to be available on multiple platforms. The last thing is actually the engine. And this is actually going to be really important for one specific reason. The engine of a game oftentimes leads to how well it's actually going to run. And it's going to run on Unreal Engine 4. And one thing for certain is that Kuro Games has a lot of experience programming on Unreal Engine 4 because that's what Wuthering Waves is on. And so you can think about all of the launch issues that the game had way back in the day where, you know, it wasn't running that well on mobile devices. It wasn't even available on consoles. And I think that these devs have gotten all of the irons or all the kinks out of the iron when it comes to actually programming and making sure that the game runs exceptionally well. Some people might be concerned that it's not on Unreal Engine 5, but let's be honest here, Unreal Engine 5 is so unoptimized that single-player games oftentimes can't even run on it. And so what do you think an MMO ARPG is going to run like on an engine like that? There are also plenty of past games, right? I do believe Lost Ark is on Unreal Engine 4. I believe Diablo 4. I'm not sure if Diablo 4 is on Unreal Engine 4, right? There are some past ARPGs that have also gotten, you know, actual success on, Lost Ark is on Unreal Engine 3? Unreal Engine as a whole then, right? So I think that Kuro Games is taking on this engine choice to ensure, right, that they have all the past technologies, all the past expertise, and they could just carry it forward into the future. So yeah, I would say overall, Project Nami is something that we've gotten definitely a couple of clues on. We know the genre, we know the platforms. I'm just waiting to see what the overall gameplay is going to look like. And I think that, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a pretty exciting experience for everybody over here. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you all think about this. Let me know what you're looking forward to. Peace. I really think you shouldn't talk about something you haven't played. Dude, alright, I'm not gonna lie. These PoE 2 players, if you're getting this caught up about somebody saying it's easy to mess up your build in a game where your skill tree looks like this, I'm just gonna be honest, you're retarded. You're retarded. I don't know what else to say. Somebody's saying it's easy to mess up a build in a game where the passive skill tree looks like this. And you're freaking out on them for saying that. You're retarded. What do you want me to say? Who the fuck cares if you even have respecs? Respecs don't even matter in this situation. Respecs are not a part of the discussion. Respecs allow you to redo your build after you fucked it up. And we're talking about the act of fucking up your build in the first place. I don't even know what I'm arguing, like who I'm arguing against right now. Like what? Like, are you guys human? What's going on? Are you guys here? What's happening? What are we arguing against? It's like I'm over here just saying the sky is blue, and you're telling me that, like,
Oh, actually, it's cerulean. You're wrong.
very not casual friendly. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Saint just needs to admit he's wrong for saying you can brick your build in a game like this.
I guess this is a PSA. Mods, if you do rage bait me, I will time you out. I guess we'll just get that out of the way. Yeah, if you're just gonna intentionally rage bait me, yeah, I'll time you out. Mutiny. Alrighty, last modified. Stop at 1435. Okay, let's see over here. Okay, cool. Cool. Not gonna lie, I thought you were gonna play it. I literally don't want to anymore. I was gonna play it on release. I feel like I just don't want to anymore. I'm not even joking. Straight up. I literally don't want to play it anymore. Like, the fact that I'm getting, like, bagged on and told that I'm spreading misinformation because I dared to call this an ability. I don't, like, it's literally called Lay Siege. It has a fucking unique name. Like, I dare to call this an ability. Like, bro, I'm gonna be honest here. It's probably just gonna piss me off. I think the only way I could play PoE 2 is turn off chat. Yeah, I'd probably just have to turn off chat. Frankly, if I'm being honest. Yeah, it'd be on emote only. It would be on emote only. Like, Jesus, like, I was just over here trying to get out, like, a fucking video about Kuro making an MMO ARPG. I'm just out here trying to make a video about Kuro releasing an MMO ARPG, guys. And I'm gonna say, it's probably gonna be more casual friendly. It's probably gonna be a more casual friendly game, because it's gonna be available on mobile and it's made by Kuro Games. And then I show an example of a game that's super complex. Imagine Wuwa communities crashing out for someone calling out a liberation and ultimate. That's what it would be again, yeah. That's pretty much what would happen.
He called the Residents' Liberation an ultimate? That's not the right word.
Ask those who defend PoE 2 being casual friendly to screenshot their Steam playtime. Ooh. Yeah, that'd be funny, wouldn't it? Hey guys, everyone who said yeah, PoE 2 is casual friendly, yeah, let's see the playtime. Let's see the playtime. How about that? Yeah, no, that's a genius idea. And yeah, and show the PoE 1 too. To be fair, I don't think anyone said it was casual friendly. It was more about the bricking. Just because you can respec your build doesn't mean that bricking suddenly no longer exists. I think we've already established that as a point. Are we going to argue against that? Why do you think you're respecking your build in the first place? It's because you fucking bricked it. Who cares how affordable it is? You bricked it. That's why you're respecking it. And sure, yes, some people might say,
oh, I'm actually just trying out a different build.
Yeah, well, most people... Sorry, I don't have the statistics on it. You are either trying out another build because you're an endgame player, or you brick the fuck out of your build so you're respecking. Yes, it's one of those two things. That's the only time you're using a respec. It's because you bricked your build, or you're an endgame player choosing a different build. But guess what, guys? What do you think the person that isn't at the endgame is doing when they respec? Yeah, I mean, that pretty much sums it up. And again, my point is, if you're arguing against what I'm saying right now, I legitimately think you have problems. Straight up. You care way too much about what somebody is saying about a video game when what they're saying is like not even close to bad. Like I'm just saying perfectly reasonable shit. Perfectly fucking reasonable shit. I respec lots when they nerf some skills or gems. Oh, so the devs bricked your build then. Oh, so it's not just the skill tree that bricks your build, the devs can brick it too. Great. Glad we could find that one out. So, if you respec after the devs nerf some abilities, then your build is bricked, right? Like, what do you, like... What are we waffling about here, guys? Isn't that... It's just... It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, I'm having a chat with Afto right now. We're just mediating some stuff real fast. Okay, well, okay, we can. Okay, alright. Alright, great. Sobass spam is good. Sobass spam is amazing. I love Sobass spam. It's my favorite thing ever. Sobass spam brightens up my day. Alright, let's get moving on into the actual... holy moly. Into the actual discussions that I wanted to get into. And that is going to be... We got a bit of a game to play. We got a bit of a game to play. And also, some guides to make. Because... I've got... some fun things that I wanted to talk about today. Because, ironically enough, we were on the conversation of bricking in other games. I wanted to make a video about bricking in Wuthering Waves.
First to the treasure.
Because boy, oh boy, is it easy to do that in this game. And I think the conversation is very, very, very important because, well, we're not at launch anymore, right? And a lot of people want to catch up. And they want to know the fastest ways that they can catch up. So, why don't we make a bit of a guide video on that whole situation? think that'd be pretty cool. Might be helpful for some actual individuals as well. That maybe aren't straight up new players. Wuwa needs more weekly mats. Mathematically, there's no way the weekly mat breakdown is actually perfectly fine. Like mathematically. Because it's a minimum of 3 weeks between every new unit. And if you get 9 a week, that's 27 for every new character. And it takes less than 27 to max out a character. And so you literally can build every character that comes out, and that's assuming you pull on every banner. With new characters, we can't max out 4 stars from 1.0. Well, yeah, you can, because they don't release 2 new characters every patch. For example, Furlova is going to be the only character releasing next patch. And so, we've had plenty of patches where they only release 1 character. So the end result kind of is, well, yeah, just use that time to level up your 4 stars. That, and I'm gonna be real here. If you're doing shit like
Which stage will life guide us next?
The battlefield is dynamic. Do not let your guard down.
if you're doing shit like leveling up Gion's normal attack, or his intro skill, then let's be honest here. I don't think you can complain about a lack of resources. Yeah, if you're doing dumb shit like this, right? I don't think complaining about the lack of resources is too much of an issue. That's actually going to be in the guide. Is 10-10-10ing characters is some of the dumbest shit you can do in this game. There's only a couple of characters that are worth 10-10-10-10ing. And even then, I don't think there's any character in the game that's worth maxing out every single one of their abilities. Okay. All right. Well, I did it. Well, if you did it, don't complain about your lack of weekly boss mats. Okay? If you did it, don't complain about your lack of weekly boss mats is what I'm saying. You're like over here pissing into the wind and then wondering why you got droplets on your face. Alrighty. Let's get right on into it, boys. We got a bit of a guide to make. Maybe we'll do Chang Li as frame 1. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, what I wanted to do today was have a bit of a change of pace and talk a bit about your account, your progression, and most importantly of all, how to avoid breaking the hell out of it. Because one thing for certain when it comes to Wuthering Waves is that this game has had a lot of new players coming to it. Lightly We Toss the Crown version 2.4 is one of the best updates that the game has ever had. And the end result of it is that a lot of new people are starting the game. And what I wanted to do was go through 10 overall tips to avoid breaking your account, and by breaking your account, I mean, stall your progression, stop you from leveling up the characters you want, doing the content that you want to do, and proceed as smoothly as possible. Because when it comes to a gacha game, there's one thing for certain, right? Because everything is kind of based off this time-gated resource, your wave plates, your bricking is never necessarily permanent. But when you also have a bunch of other activities in the game, like, let's just be honest here, right? Things like the Tower of Adversity, where it resets and you can lose out on rewards like Astrite, well, that's kind of like where the progressing as fast as possible, making sure that you're not wasting resources. That's where stuff like that really comes to the forefront. And so that's what we're going to be focused on today. And so while we're on the topic of the Tower of Adversity, I think that's actually going to be where this first tip actually comes from. And it's just going to be a general sort of idea of how you can progress as fast as possible in this game mode. And this is the thing. This game mode as a whole isn't the most difficult thing ever. I think it's widely considered one of the easiest game modes, one of the easiest end game modes in Gacha. And so, when it comes to getting there as fast as possible, this is what I would say. Focus on your teams. This is going to be the first tip. Focus on your teams and focus on who you're leveling up. Try to level up only 1 DPS for your first team and 1 DPS for your second team. You see this example that I'm showing up here on the stream? You see this Brant, Carlotta, Chang Li team? This is one of the worst possible teams you can invest in as a new player. This is a 0 out of 10 in terms of recommendation. And the reason why is pretty simple, ladies and gentlemen. Because, as you'll notice, right, all 3 of these characters
I alone will decide whether...
have
To
some
which
pretty
stage
crazy
will life
builds.
guide us next?
Some pretty crazy builds that required a lot of work, a lot of grinding, a
Well,
lot of
whatever
tuners,
it is,
a lot
I'll
of
play my
echo
role to the
experience.
fullest.
A lot of echo experience to get going. And this is the thing. All of these characters, right? Or, sorry, characters in Wuthering Waves can have teams that are a lot more affordable. Let me just quickly turn down voice volume because that's going to get really annoying really fast. So, here are some examples of teams that are way higher priority to actually make. For example, this is a typical one that I think is a joy for all newer players. This team over here. What you'll realize in this team is that only one of these characters actually needs to be built to clear endgame content. And the only character that needs to be built on this team is a Camellia. Because she's going to be the main DPS of this lineup. And the other characters, for example, right? This is what my Verena looks like. She's level 80. She could be level 40 or 50. And this is what her Echo builds look like. Okay. Excuse some of the mismatch over here. I typically can just put on level 1 Echoes on my Verena, right? Just level 1 attack Echoes. Let's just look at some general builds, right? Level 1 attack Echoes. I don't even have this one tuned. I could replace this one entirely with like a level 0 Echo. And because of how strong Sonata sets are in this game, like this rejuvenating glow one over here, that's going to, in practice, just give 15% attack to my entire team as long as she's able to use a healing ability, which is super easy. I don't need anything else on her. I just need her there on the field to activate things like her intro skill, or sorry, her outro skill, buff the team, have a little bit of healing on the side, and provide intro skills for my other teammates, as well as this Sonata buff. And that's it. That's all she needs to do. And as long as her ER is at an acceptable level, like 230, 220, 200, she doesn't need anything else. And it's the same exact thing for a sub DPS like Sanhua. You'll notice she has no equipment on right now. She's going to have a level 80 weapon, an Overture. She's doing no damage. And this is the build that I run on her. Check this out. This is the build that I run on her. Her stats are dog shit. She's missing a 3-cost Echo, sure. I'm gonna put in a random one. I'm gonna put a fusion damage bonus on her. And this is also what I'll do. I'll put in 1-cost Echoes over here. This will be glacial damage. Fuck it. Let's make sure it's actually useless. Let's put a spectro damage one on her. And for this last Moonlit Clouds on the Impermanence Heron, we're going to make it a +0. This is what I call naked builds. And what this means is that they're incredibly low investment. You're only using these characters for their concerto abilities and their Sonata set buffs, and they're doing absolutely nothing else on the team. She has 889 attack. My Verena does absolutely no damage. And this is the team comp will run. And what you'll find is that, well, teams like this can still be used in the overworld. And perhaps most importantly of all, they'll still clear endgame content. So let's give it a bit of a test. And you'll see firsthand just how strong naked builds can be. Just kind of cycling through my team right now. Very cool. As you can see, I'm even, like, making some mistakes over here, too. Okay. Give me 1 second. I need to check my build. I'm pretty sure I don't have a Sonata set active. Or I'm pretty sure I'm missing something. Ah, I see. Okay, yeah, my damage over there was basically non-existent. Yeah, I was using an Emerald of Genesis there real fast. So, we'll do it on both builds. I was just expecting this first clear to be a little bit better. So, yeah. So, that's the team that we're going to be using. We're going to be using this naked build. Let's give it a bit of a try. Guys, the reason why is that if I'm going to make mistakes... If I'm going to be making mistakes in the gameplay, I have to be using the SIG. Right? If I'm going to be, like, fucking up and just, like, tanking random hits. And what you're going to notice over here, right, as we go throughout the clear is that, well... skill issue becomes pay to win. Okay. We're missing every single crit. That's a little unfortunate. Did we miss that one too? Okay. So, as you can see over here, right? The clear isn't the craziest one ever. And the reason for that is that this Tower of Adversity reset is a little bit not that great for Camellia at all. It might be one of the worst resets in TOA history for Camellia, if we're frankly being honest. But even with these characters on quite literally negative investment, on a reset that's awful for her, right? We're still able to clear. And we also missed a decent number of crits. Like that one over there. Right? So that's just a purely naked build. None of the other teammates have any investment at all. They're doing literally 0 damage. And we are against a TOA floor where we have absolutely no benefit at all. The only thing we're doing is arrow damage equal to 120% of our max HP on a liberation cast. And none of the characters that I used scale off of HP. So it's almost like having no buff at all. And that's a 3-star clear, right? And this is the thing. This clear only gets incrementally easier the more investment I put on the Sanhua. the investment on the Varina doesn't matter as much. But when I'm over here and I'm running Spectro damage bonus 3 cost, and a Fusion damage bonus 3 cost, an HP 1 cost that's plus 0, an attack, that is, you know, you can't expect the best performance ever. But that's what's possible when you do these lower investment builds for characters and focus entirely on vertically investing in one unit. And this will carry you through a good part of the TOA. And when you have limited resources, right, to do things like invest in your echoes, make sure that you have good substats, blah, 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 roll double crit on every piece, right? The more you're able to hyper invest in those first 2 DPS characters, the more you'll be able to quickly accomplish in the TOA. And then once you're able to start getting some of those limited rewards in the first place, then you can start spreading the roster a little bit wider, right? And investing in more teams. These are going to be my highest priority picks, and I'll show you the actual lineups for the best teams, in my opinion, to start vertically investing in first, if the TOA and a little bit of Whimpering Waste is your goal. We looked at this one over here, right? This is going to be another team, and I know some people are going to like, oh, they're going to be like, oh, he's gay, or oh, ew, a dude. This is another very good team to vertically invest in right off of the bat. Because guess what is similar about both of those teams? They involve only one 5-star unit, a limited one, and the other 2 teammates are either free from the beginner banner, or they're a 4-cost unit. So that's that one. There's going to be another team as well that's also really, really good to vertically invest in early. And that's actually going to be this one, where you either use a Yang Yang as your 4-star, or you use a Tao Chi over here as your 4-star, right? It's one of these two. And then you have the opportunity of upgrading this one to a Jeja at a later point. But this is also a very, very strong team right off of the rip to get on into. Now, those are going to be my main 3 suggestions, because I'm going to be honest here, ladies and gentlemen, they're kind of the best ones. Now it's time for me to get into some... Actually, there's one more decent team, or one more actually good team, and that's going to be with Phoebe as the main DPS, and then you got Rover over here on Spectro version as their support. And that's going to be the the 4th low-budget, high-reward sort of team. Now, let me get into some DPS characters that you should avoid. Some DPS characters you should avoid as a new player. Stay away from them, because your results are going to be not that great for the investment that you're putting in. These are more for advanced characters. Or, for more advanced accounts. Avoid these ones. And the reasons are pretty simple. She requires another built DPS on her team to function. If you're running Chang Li and you try to run a naked build on another teammate, you're pretty much going to fall right on your face. You're pretty much going to fail miserably. Your clears just won't happen. Cartithia might be overly shilled in the most recent TOAs, and she looks like she can solo content because the TOA buffs are designed around her. I don't suggest actually thinking that this is going to be carried forward into the future. The other thing is that if you're a new player that hasn't gotten to Septimont yet, you can't even level her up. Yeah, she'll be stuck at like level 40 if you haven't gotten to Septimont yet. So that's another thing to keep in mind as well. And Zani, Zani's going to require a hyper amount of investment if you're not going to be running Phoebe with her. She's going to require a lot of investment as well as a very, very good rotation with Spectral Rover if you're going to be using her at like level 80. And these are teams, right? These are characters that basically heavily rely on a more expensive teammate to essentially reach the level of performance that's going to be good for a newer player. But if you're a newer player that does have one of their best in slot teammates, well, you still have the barrier of needing to invest in that other teammate as well. The only one that I'd say is a bit more easier to access is Zani with the Phoebe, because Phoebe can be ran with that naked build, right? She can have almost nothing in terms of echo investment as long as she has Moonlit Clouds. you're pretty much good to go for Phoebe. Cartithia, if you do have Chacona, I'm pretty sure Chacona is also going to be relatively okay on 0 investment with a really, really off Gust of Well consent, as long as she has good investment. But these teams are way more expensive, right, than the ones that I just showed. Because the Camellias, the Gions, the Phoebes, for really, really good performance, all they need is a 4-star character, or in Phoebe's case, a free one. And so that's really it, right? I'm thinking about it from the free-to-play perspective mostly, right? Or the low-spender perspective. Not somebody that's going to get every single limited 5-star in the game. And these are kind of like the best low-investment characters. And that's kind of like really it. Brant is a special case where he can be played as a hyper carry similar to Camellia, but mainly if you have his weapon and you're willing to invest in that. Then you're pretty much good to go there. So, yeah, that'll be that in terms of, like, low investment builds. What I realized at this point is that this could probably be its own video right now. This probably is, like, its own video. Yeah, maybe I'll just upload this one separately. Because I feel like this is enough for its own video, and we can just kind of, like, vaguely go over it in the actual bricking guide. Yeah. Yeah, this could probably be its own video. So yeah, I'll just pick back up from Brant. Brant's a special case because if he is well built on something like tie-breaking courage, and you have a character like Sanhua, who once again is free, you should be like good to go, right? To use him as a hyper carry. And you shouldn't really have too many problems at all. But the caveat is that he probably has the most restrictive echo requirements in the game, where you want a combination of crit damage, crit rate, and ER on almost every single piece. Otherwise, his damage output is going to be really, really, really low. But if you do accomplish those goals, he ends up with really, really high damage. That's incredible for an S0 unit. So, yeah, that's the caveat with him. The last DPS that I'll talk about over here is going to be Jinxie. Jinxie is a little bit of a special case because I think that, unfortunately, her output has kind of not really stayed up to date unless you're willing to invest in one of her limited sub DPS characters. If you have a Jinxie and you also have something like a Cantarella or a Jeja, then 100%, right? She's good to go. You don't really need builds on these two characters. You just put them on Moonlit Clouds and get them ready to support her, and she'll do just fine. Because they're mainly being used for their outro skill buffs, right? That are going to provide a massive amount of resonant skill damage over. But unfortunately, right? Unfortunately, they're kind of expensive. Jinxie does have a budget team where you use her with Yanwu, but I'm going to be real over here. This team kind of isn't really that good, especially if you don't have a spectral damage bonus for her to work with. It'll definitely work in, like, the side towers. You shouldn't have that much of a problem, but this is probably one of the most outdated teams in the game. And unfortunately, right, there has been a slight amount of HP inflation in Wuthering Waves, particularly due to the fact that the expectation is that you actually have, a slightly built sub DPS in your lineup. And with Yanwu providing no benefit from his outro skill, unlike other characters, the damage output of the team kind of just hasn't really kept up. When every other sub DPS at low investment is able to provide an outro skill, even if they're not doing their own personal damage, Yanwu has kind of just fallen out of the competition. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky situation with her. You could give it a try, but I don't know if I would necessarily suggest it too much. So, yeah, that'll be that for this one. Yeah, we need to go ahead and record a separate intro for this bad boy. But yeah, that could probably be just like an overall overview and overall guide on probably the best DPS characters to invest in for the TOA. Oh, one last thing. Zhang Liao. I don't actually recommend him for newer players anymore. Because I'm going to be real, his damage output is kind of not that good. like you'll put a lot into his echo resources. You'll put a lot into like getting his weapon. And the only teams that he feels particularly great in nowadays is in a dual DPS lineup with a Chang Li. But that requires both of these characters to be built. That requires both of these characters to be built in the first place. And that's an expensive team. You can use him with Yinlin, and you can clear. The thing is that Zhang Liao has a much safer rotation. He has built-in crowd control. He CCs the enemy, and as a result, his damage output is kind of a lot lower than other DPS characters. And he's like fallen behind because his rotation time takes so fucking long. His rotation time taking a very long time is what allows a quick swap team with Chang Li actually to work out well. But like I said before, it's an expensive team to run. And if your goal is once again to clear the TOA on a budget, well, your best options, ladies and gentlemen, are right here. That's really just it. They'll get you to clearing the fastest and probably the cheapest. And you want to know the other thing? These two characters are the best whimpering waste characters in the game as well. And so that means if you're investing in them to clear the TOA, you'll also, in the same exact way, you will also, by investing in those two to clear the TOA, you'll also be able to clear the other endgame mode, Whimpering Wastes, which has another similar set. Right? Let's just go over here real fast. It's got another similar set of Astrite rewards. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff over here. Really, really good stuff over here. So that's something to keep in mind as well. So yeah, that'll be that. Hopefully this was helpful, ladies and gentlemen, especially for all those newer players. Let me know what you all think. Peace. All right, yeah, let me just get a separate intro for that one going, because, yeah, that one went on a little bit longer, because there's actually some layers. This is what I would idea of adversity. This game has had go through 10 over necessarily that you're not comes from. And it's just going to be really comes to the forefront. And so that's what we're going to be focused on today. And so while we're on the topic of the Tower of Adversity, I think that's mode as a whole isn't the most difficult thing ever. I think it's as fast as possible in this game mode. And this is the thing. This game mode as a whole isn't the most difficult thing ever. I think it's widely considered one of the easiest game modes, one of the easiest endgame modes in Gacha. And so when it comes to getting there as fast as possible, this is what I would say. Focus on your teams. This is All right. I know what to do. And we just gotta swap back to that original lineup that we had. What was it? Chang Li, Carlotta, Brent. General sort of idea. And it's just going to be a general sort of idea of how you can progress thing ever. I think it's widely considered one of the most difficult, and this is the thing. This game mode as a whole, as fast as possible in this game mode. As fast as possible idea of how you can comes from. And that's where on the topic of the Tower of Adversity on today. It really comes to the forefront. And so that's what we're going to be focused on today. Okay. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, one thing that we know for certain about Wuthering Waves version 2.4 is that it's a damn good version, and it's also brought a lot of new players to the game. And so one topic that I actually wanted to focus on when it comes to new players particularly is the idea of progress. And in a game like Wuthering Waves, right, progress is going to be determined by mainly one thing, right, which is going to be your usage of something like a wave plate. However, it's also going to be determined by how well you're able to use them, and as a result, how well you're able to access endgame content like the Tower of Adversity or Whimpering Wastes. The big focus over here is going to be on the TOA today, because one thing you can see on the side is that, well, it resets. on a monthly basis. And what that means, ladies and gentlemen, if it resets on a monthly basis, is the fact that you can lose out on rewards. Let's just see it over here. You can lose out on a significant number of rewards if you're not able to clear it. You can just see the preview over here. That's a lot of astrite, right? And with those blue Doritos that you're seeing in the corner, right, that you get from clearing, ooh, that's a lot of tuners. That's a lot of Echo EXP. That's a lot of shell credits. And if that's not stuff that you're claiming on a monthly basis, that's a lot of potential lost progression. And so what I wanted to do today was actually break down some of the fastest ways that you'll actually be able to clear this endgame mode with the lowest amount of investment. And that focus is, of course, going to be on the type of characters that you're trying to invest in. And so with that, let's go ahead, let's get right on into it. All right, and let me just give my editor a good time to stop it. This game mode as a whole, gotcha, themes and focus on who you're leveling up. Game mode as a whole, game mode on this game mode. All right, let me get that going. TOA Beginner Guide. Okay. All right. Unk's really paying the bills with this one. All right, relax, bucko. Okay. All right, now I think we can get into, like, the actual general guide, and then we'll just make, like, a footnote of that one. Then we'll just get a footnote of that later on. Okay, where is the upload? Google Drive? You're taking quite a fucking bit of time. You're taking quite a bit of time, buddy. Before 142. Okay. All right. Let me reorder my beginner stuff real fast. Okay, here we go. Wait, what the fuck? All right. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, there's something that I want to talk about today, and that's going to be an important topic, especially when we consider the massive number of new players that have come to Wuthering Waves as a result of the incredible success that version 2.4 has been. There's a lot of new people that are playing the game, and that also means there are also a lot of new people that are kind of breaking their accounts. And when it comes to Wuthering Waves and when it comes to breaking accounts, you can't really do that much irreparable damage unless you're like straight up deleting resources. And that's because a lot of stuff in the game is focused on wave plates, this time-gated one that's going to replenish over time. But when there's also content in the game like the Tower of Adversity that resets on a monthly basis, or also content like, we'll just get over there real fast. And there's also content like Whimpering Wastes, which also reset on a monthly basis, and then also have Astrite rewards. Then, ladies and gentlemen, getting to the end game, making sure that your progression is installed, that sort of stuff can be a very high priority for a lot of players. And so with that, what I wanted to do today was actually go over 10 different ways for you to avoid bricking your account and actually make sure that you have the best, fastest, and most efficient progression possible. Because I know that's something that a lot of players are keeping top of mind. Being good at a gacha game is something to brag about. Of course. So with that, why don't we go ahead and start off the discussion with something based off of what we just introduced. Wave plates. All right, and so now that we're on the first topic, which again is wave plates, what I want to talk about first is not wasting them. Because one thing that you get in this game, aside from the daily regeneration of wave plates, is also the fact that you're able to refresh your astrite and then also use crystal solvents. We're going to be covering both of these topics today, what you should actually be spending your wave plates on, and, well, how to avoid some big mishaps, especially with all the resources you get in this game. So, the first things first is, do keep in mind, you have a lot of free resources nowadays. Wuthering Waves, when it released, did not have resources like a Forgery Advanced Supply, which you're seeing over here. And what you'll see is that this is actually something that you get from clearing events in this game, from clearing the free events that occur every single patch. And what you'll notice is that, well, you have resources over here that are used to level up characters, weapons, and abilities. And so what you'll find is that, oh, I can get these from supply packs, synthesis, conversion, all of that, or forgery challenges. And this is the thing, ladies and gentlemen. These forgery challenges, well, would you look at that? These forgery challenges actually cost wave plates. And so, my suggestion to every single player is that instead of going ahead and actually doing your forgery challenges first, you should go ahead and see what you're actually getting from all of the different events that you have, right? And you can see over here, right? Oh, as I like go through and I start looking at all this, what are some of the rewards? Or sorry, as you can see over here, when I start going through all of this, you'll notice that, wow. Let me just quickly find one. Do these even give those boxes? No, this event doesn't. I know there's been like a shit ton that give these boxes. It's just, are they just not in the first half right now? Are they just not in the first half right now? Ah, okay. Ah, here we go. So yeah, as you go through and you look at some of these events, for example, this is the TFT TCG game. This is giving a lot. You see over here, this is like 2, 4, 6, 10, 12, almost 20 purple boxes, right? And you could get 2 purple boxes from spending 80 wave plates. Each of these is the equivalent of maybe like 40 wave plates, potentially even more, depending on how bad your luck is. And that's just something that you get from playing the events. And you can even go forward and look in the shop, and you can see over here, you get a resource from completing this event, and you can even buy more of those specific materials in here as well. And that's just really something you have to keep in mind. Kuro Games has been incredibly generous with these forgery challenge replacements, and you just want to make sure that you're not double dipping and over investing, right? If I already get all of these and I unlock these when I already have a bunch of those purple boxes, I might level up the character that I'm trying to use these for and then end up with like 30 left over. And sure, I'll be able to use the excess. I'll be able to convert the excess by doing something like, you know, let's just say I have like too many of a certain mat. I can go into like conversion. And, you know, use some of my other ones, but you'll notice that I had to put in 2 to just get 1. And that's a 50% loss on whatever I'm putting in. And in a game like this is what I consider, if you're ever using this feature, it's a little bricky. Once you think about it, right? You're literally losing half of the wave plates that you decided to spend. So do keep that in mind. You can be a lot smarter with how you're spending your resources. Now, let's get into the next tip. And that one is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, focused on your crystal solvents. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So when it comes to crystal solvents, there is one tip that I have for you at the start of the game, and it's going to be based off of your union level. And it's pretty simple. If your union level is not at least level 40, do not touch your crystal solvents. Do not use them. You should absolutely 1,000,000% not be touching these until you're at least union level 40. And the reason for that is actually quite simple. It's because of tacit fields. And what you'll notice, right, is that, oh, I can do like SOL level 1, right? And you'll notice, oh, I'm getting blue tuners. That's pretty bad. 2, it's still blue tuners. 3, it's purple tuners. 4, it's starting to hit gold tuners. And guess when you hit SOL 3 phase 4? Union level 40. It's when you're union level 40. Because that's when you get to unlock gold tuners. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Your number of gold tuners that you get from tacit fields actually doesn't increase. It actually doesn't increase after UL 40. You get 20 from UL 40, and you get 20 by the time you get to UL 80. So there's not really a significant difference at all. The end result is, once you get to UL 40 and you're able to unlock, right, those gold tuners and those gold echoes, then just go ahead and spend all of your crystal solvents on tacit fields. And that'll allow you to build up a big store of tuners to be able to upgrade echoes and actually get this equipment, right? That's kind of like needed to clear the end game content that we were talking about, right? Actually get it leveled. The thing that you'll be maybe a little bit shorter on, that you do end up getting a little bit more of as your union level increases, is your echo experience. But like with tip number 1, right, all the stuff we talked about before, you end up getting a lot of echo experience from events. And as you progress through the game, you kind of end up overstocking on echo experience. Let me just show you what my inventory looks like in the end game. Yeah, that's 507 gold tubes. Yeah, this is 507 gold tubes over here. Let me just show you all real fast. And the count is only getting higher every single update. It's literally only getting higher. And that's because of our next tip. And that's going to be about leveling echoes efficiently. Because a lot of people, ladies and gentlemen, aren't using this. And all they're talking about is how few echoes they actually have. So, let's start that one off next. Alright, let's just see if I can do like a sample Lupa piece over here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the next section that we're going to be talking about is leveling an echo efficiently, because I don't think a lot of people are doing this, and that's the reason why they don't necessarily have a lot of echo experience. We're just going to be using a sample Lupa piece over here, using the Flaming Claw print set, a fusion damage bonus on the side, and I'll show you the proper way to level up an echo. What you'll notice over here is that you have some settings, right, that you can choose when it comes to leveling up an echo. Let me actually move my camera real fast. Yeah, you have some settings over here. You can choose with this gear icon, as you're adding experience to it, to either choose level cap or no cap. If you choose no cap, you're breaking your account. Yep, you're breaking your account. If you choose to do this and then complain about your lack of echo experience, this is a self-inflicted issue. Because what you'll notice over here is that it costs me a lot of echoes, or it costs me a lot of echo experience to take one to plus 25, right? That's like 24, maybe 25, 26, 27 gold tubes. If I go by level cap, what I could do is I can put in a little bit of echo experience at a time, right? And decide, ooh, that's a kind of a bad roll. I don't want defense on my attack-focused character. Let's just see what the second roll looks like, right? Ooh, I don't want basic attack damage on my fusion damage or on my liberation damage character. Lupa's liberation damage, she doesn't really use this stat. And I'm like, ooh, that's not that good. Maybe I should stop leveling it. Maybe I shouldn't invest more echo experience and tuners into this piece because it's not good. You want to know what would have happened if you went no cap? You would have taken this thing all the way to plus 25. Right? You would have basically, and this is just for demonstration purposes, do not do this unless you want to break your account. I would have spent all those resources, right, on this piece that in the first two rolls I would have known as bad. I just spent like 25 gold tubes instead of, you want to know how many tubes I would have spent instead? 4. I just spent 27 gold tubes to get an unusable echo when I could have just spent 4 gold tubes to get an unusable echo. And so many people do this. And you want to know the worst part about it? People rationalize this, right? By saying, oh, well, you could just go ahead, right? It's not a big deal. You could just go ahead and, like, refund the echo. That's a plus 25 echo that I just put in. And now I'm only getting it up to plus 22. There's EXP loss, right? And a lot of people, and again, this is just for demonstration purposes, I'm purposefully bricking my account. A lot of people do this. And this is the worst, this is one of the worst things you can possibly fucking do. You want to know why this is bad? Because I've only taken this up to plus 22. And let's just start tuning it, right? Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh. And you just decide, it's not that good. I don't really like it. I'm going to throw this one away as well. And then you go ahead, right? And then you take that plus 22 echo that you don't really like. I might actually level that one up later, right? You take this plus 22 echo that you don't really like. And then you put it in again. And you're like, okay, now I'm taking this one to plus 20. Man, this is so fast and this is so easy. What do you think is actually going on over here? You're literally just throwing echo experience into the fucking garbage by doing this. You turned a plus 25 piece into a plus 22. And then you turned the plus 22 into a plus 20. And you're just repeatedly doing that over and over and over. What you have to fundamentally realize, right, is that to take a piece up to plus 20, that costs 16, right? Gold tubes. This is what it costs to take it up to level 22. We just put in 5 more gold tubes to take this to level 22. That is what you're just throwing away by throwing away this plus 22 echo. And you only were able to get an echo to plus 22 because you threw away a plus 25 one. And so seeing this plus 22 number is literally the biggest mismanagement of resources you can have in this game. If you're ever doing this, you are literally just throwing echo experience down the drain. Because that's 5 gold tubes that are being wasted or basically further reduced by 70%, which is the echo experience refund from recycling, that you're just accepting. You're throwing all that stuff away because you're too lazy to do something else. And this is the other thing that people are too lazy to do. Let me show you the proper way to recycle your echoes. You just go into the backpack, right? You find a piece that's not good. Right? You find a piece that's not good. Wait, these could actually be decent pieces. You find a piece that's not good like this one, right? You click remove. You don't worry about the prompts too much. And then you get a screen that'll let you just delete the echo from your inventory and get all of the experience back, the 70% back, without having to throw it in during the leveling page. And when you do this, right, you just get the gold tubes back, you just get the tuners back, and you're going to be able to actually allocate the resources way better. And that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not doing this and you're just throwing shit into the leveling screen, you're wasting Echo EXP. And a lot of people can call that breaking your account. So yeah, that's what it looks like over here. That's the proper way to actually get it done. So that's that one. Now let me go take a look at that. Don't level echoes badly. Don't use leveled echoes to level new ones. Okay, great. So that's going to be tips 3 and 4. Or really, 4 and 5. I don't know what it is. That's 2 tips in 1. Now it's time for us to talk about something else when it comes to progression. We're moving on from echoes at this point. Or actually, let's continue on with echoes at this point. And that's going to be your databank and some of your echo boxes. So, now that we're over here, it's time to talk about the databank. This is the one of the most important things you can level up in the game as a newer player. And this is kind of how it works. As you go ahead and you start progressively, unlocking more and more echoes, right? You'll start off at a low databank level. As you grind every single mob on the map, you'll start off with 2-star echoes, which are useless. You'll start off with, starting at level 5, you'll unlock the blue ones. And then when you get to like 8, you'll unlock the purple ones. You stay on the purple ones for quite a while. And when you get to 15, you start unlocking the gold ones. And this is the thing. When you unlock a gold one, you unlock all the prior levels of the other echoes. And you're able to start unlocking gold echoes just from the mobs in version 1.0. And you can see over here, boy oh boy, there are quite a few mobs in the game. And you get a progressive amount of experience from unlocking each rarity, where unlocking the gold version gives you 20, so on and so forth. What you want to do is make sure that you're progressing this as fast as possible, as early as possible, because you want to be at gold echoes as soon as you can possibly get them. You don't want to be upgrading purple echoes, using purple tuners, wasting experience on purple things. You want to get to gold as fast as you possibly can. Because the nice part is that once you get to level 21, you're guaranteed 5-star echoes on every single drop. And it is really, really, really important to do that. And you also get bonuses of, well, I don't know, echo experience, tuners, tubes to even upgrade those echoes further as you start progressing all the levels. So really, it's just like a win-win from every single side to grind these a lot. The other thing that you have to think about as well is, well, the types of echoes that you're going to be getting. You can't get echoes from some of the boxes in the game unless you've already unlocked them from farming them in the overworld. An example of that are some of the new mobs that are going to be available in Septimon, where they'll actually have, oh shit, I might have to go grab one real fast. Sorry guys. Let me just go find some dudes in the overworld to slay. Yeah, we'll demonstrate it live. Yeah, I need to go kill some guys real fast. The NPCs in Septimon drop something pretty helpful in your adventures. And the one thing that they drop is actually an echo box. Because, well, things in Septimon, well, monsters in Septimon, they kind of like, okay, what am I even doing here? Let's go find a dude real fast. Where is he at? Those are drakes that are dancing. Where's the dude? Come on. Hey, it can't be this hard to find some dudes, right? Surely there's like an NPC somewhere, right? Okay, I don't mean like a non-combat NPC. Can't you track them? I thought it'd be easier to just find one right off the rip. I genuinely thought it was going to be easier to just find a dude right off the rip, but, uh-oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can track the enemies. Oh, dear God. Am I seriously still searching? Guys, this is what I mean by I'm getting a little bit tired of flight. It's like sometimes everything's so fucking far apart because you know you can travel the world fast, but it also means that like there's just a lot of like empty fucking areas. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Surely there's one. All right, we found them. So, enemies like this over here will, after you know... Okay, she's blind. They'll summon echoes in combat, right? And the end result is that, well, after you kind of cook them a little bit... You'll do things like unlock chests, but then also unlock things like the Reminiscence, the glory of the lustrous crown, or the glory of the freezing crown. And when you open one of these, right, you get things like, you know, some mob mats, some credits, as well as some echoes. But you can't get echoes from this box that you haven't already unlocked yet in your databank. And so that's just something you have to keep in mind while you're doing your farming. The last bit that I'll talk about when it comes to the databank and the echoes is, of course, your usage of modifiers. And this is my suggestion to you when it comes to modifiers. Just use them on whatever you think is going to progress you the fastest. There's really no point in saving these for, like, the craziest things ever. A lot of people will tell you it's a waste to use modifiers on anything that isn't, like, let's just be honest here, a 3-cost echo. People will say you should only use modifiers on something like this. However, when it comes to modifiers, or when it comes to 3-cost echoes, you get more 3-cost echoes than other types of echoes when you do tacit fields. And if you're somebody that's in the gameplay loop where you're doing mainly tacit fields, or you did a lot of tacit fields from, spending those crystal solvents like we talked about earlier in the guide, then, well, you might have an overabundance of 3-costs. I've actually been able to build numerous characters just from farming tacit fields because they've all been on set because you get so many 3-costs from doing tacit fields. And so, if you're at the point, right, where you're not maybe playing super often, if you're just saving up your modifiers and never using them, you have like 70, 80, 90, make sure you know what you need, right? And just use modifiers on things that you're lacking when it comes to your build. I've even used modifiers on 4-costs as well. Because I was getting some really unlucky drops on those because I already have my 3-costs sorted. The last thing, of course, is to make sure that when it comes to modifiers, don't use too many of them in a row. If you're building a character, right, and you're like, I need 2 3-costs, I'm just going to go ahead and modify 10 Karasaurs in a row. Well, this is what could happen, is that you could modify this, and then it turns out that, well, the first one that you modified gets like a double crit and it's on a good build, and all the other ones you just modified are now useless. When you could have gone ahead, and assuming I'm using Flaming Claw print, right, I could have modified a bunch of the Pilgrim shells instead. So don't modify too many of them at the same time, or you could run into like a bit of an issue where, well, you just wasted a bunch of them. Because, I'm going to be honest, there's a lot of streamers that have fallen prey to that trap. Like, imagine, right? This is the first one that you get, and you're like, okay, these are all the stats that I need. I don't need anything else. But you end up having, let's just be honest here, right? All these extra ones on the side, and you spent your modifiers on those. And that can be a little bit rough. So yeah, that will be that for the whole databank breakdown. Now let's move on to the next topic. Okay, what's the next topic? All right, our next topic is going to be about not just the progression of echoes, but actually the progression of your characters. And this is the thing, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people complain about certain things in Wuthering Waves, one of them being your weekly boss mats. And weekly boss mats are, I'll just do this for demonstration purposes, weekly boss mats are something, right, that you can only do about 3 times per week. And you get about 3 drops of them every single time you go in, right? And so you end up with about 9 per week. What you'll notice over here is that even in the end game, even with end game builds, my characters still have abilities that are 6 out of 10. And this is the reason why. Some abilities are not worth maximizing and not worth spending weekly boss mats on in the first place. Because I'm not taking these abilities to level 10, I've just saved on a week's worth of weekly boss mat farming. I've just saved on a week's worth. It only takes me 2 weeks now to basically get a character up and running. And so because of that, right, you need to look into and actually figure out the rotations that certain characters are using. For example, Carlotta uses her normal attack 1 time in her traditional rotation. She does a plunge attack. Where is it? She does a plunge attack that does 76.69. I can decide to invest in it and increase the damage of her rotation by 7% motion value, or just realize it's probably not worth it. You can just max out all of the actual abilities that deal damage instead. So, for a character like Carlotta, you should figure out that, hey, it's not worth it to level this one up because I'm improving my damage by about 0.2% in a rotation. And the same exact thing, the same exact argument can apply for an intro skill. And that means you're saving on things like, again, those wave plate constrained resources that we're seeing over here, and you're saving on weekly boss mats as well. And so, this is where the advice comes in, right? You should figure out what attacks characters are actually using. For example, my Zani, she's got a level 7 intro skill, or she got a level 5 intro skill. It's not even level 6. A level 7 basic attack. My Gion, right? He's over here. He's got a level 5 normal attack because all he does in his rotation is a plunge. And a level 6 intro skill. There are some characters, though, that do actually want levels in their intro skill. For example, you're going to have Shorekeeper over here, where you don't actually want to max out her other abilities, but you do want to max out her intro skill because that's where a lot of her damage is. The only characters in the game that I can recommend maxing out the intro skill of is going to be Shorekeeper and also the new unit, Lupa. And that's pretty much it. So figure it out. So make sure you figure out which priorities are going to be where in certain kits. For example, a character like Camellia actually wants her normal attack and her resonance skill to be maxed out, but she definitely doesn't need her intro skill. There are some characters that are a lot more expensive compared to others, and it depends on how many overall attacks they use in their kit. And that's just something that comes with trial and error. And when maxing abilities is really important to make sure that the values are, high enough to tackle endgame content, well, you do want to keep that in mind. But it's also fair to say that maxing these out can get very expensive. And the smarter you are with your investment, the more characters you're able to build. And the faster you're able to build characters using your wave play constrained resources, the faster you'll be able to clear the endgame. You can kind of see how it's all fitting together right now. This is what I mean by optimization. And yes, while leveling up your intro skill to 10 isn't going to destroy your account, it is going to brick your progression pretty badly because those are weekly boss mats that you won't be able to spend leveling up the important abilities of other units. So, that's going to be our next tip. Now let's move on to one that's a little bit more geared towards the TOA. Alrighty, that's that one. So, our next tip is geared towards the Tower of Adversity. And boy, oh boy, is this a game mode that can appear a little bit daunting for players that are just starting out the game. And this is kind of like the general tip that I have for all of you. You actually only need 2 well-built teams for the TOA. And the reason for that is because of how the structure of the energy system works. What you'll see over here is that I have a Camellia team on this side, and I can just go ahead, and then I can run a Gion team on, let's just say, this other side. And what you'll notice is that this energy meter that you're seeing over here, it's going to go from 10 to 5, assuming that the characters are fresh. And this is the thing, ladies and gentlemen. The side towers progress their energy in this way. This first floor costs 1, this second floor costs 2, this one costs 3, and then this one costs 4. It totals up to 9. And so in reality, if you're spending 5 energy on one of these floors, you also have 5 energy that you can spend in a side tower. So that means you can use that same exact team over here, and then that same exact team over here. And all you really need are some additional characters to... It's 10? Are you guys retarded? 1 plus 2? Oh shit. Oh shit, maybe I'm stupid. Yeah, 1 plus 4 plus... What are you guys even talking about? Yeah, I said to cap out your energy, it's 1 plus 4 plus... What are you guys even doing? Yeah, I said to cap it out, it's 1 plus 4 plus 5. Wait, no, you guys are stupid. No, you guys are retarded. Never mind. Yeah, no, this chat is stupid. Okay, editor. Yeah, cut that part out. This chat is actually brain dead. I don't even know what they're doing. I don't even know what this chat is smoking. You said it was 9. It's 1 plus... Oh my gosh. The total okay. I see. So chat's talking about something else. Yes, the total energy of the side tower is 10. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. You know what? How about I just start banning people? Maybe I'll just do that. Next tip is geared towards the... Yeah, I said to maybe... All right. All right, you know what? We're just gonna have to re-record that. Yeah, you guys are fucking boosted. You guys are fucking boosted monkeys. I hate you guys. Time for bans? All right. Yep. All right. All right, it's ban time, boys. Make sure you watch what you're typing. All right. So, the Tower of Adversity can be a bit of a daunting objective for a lot of players, especially considering the idea, right, that people are spreading that you need 3 teams to be able to clear it. In reality, you kind of only need about 2.5. And let me explain why. So, when it comes to the TOA, this is how it works. Every single character is going to have a vigor of 10 whenever they start out a clear. And what that means is that various stages, for example, the middle one takes 5 vigor per floor, various stages are going to deduct vigor from that total. And so what you're seeing over here is that, you know, these fresh characters, if they're used in the middle tower, they're going to take 5 away. And you'll notice the team that I just used, this Camellia one, they only have 5 left. And this is the thing, right? When the cost of every single stage is 1, 2, 3, 4, that means that the team that I just used in the middle tower, I'll be able to use them on floors 1 and floors 4 over here. And that means when floor 4 is typically the hardest one with the hardest enemies, I'm only going to need like a half-built team to be able to take on level 75 and level 80 enemies. And when these cost 2 vigor over here and 3 vigor over here, I might be able to use the same team across both of the side towers. So that's what I mean by 2.5 teams. You're going to need one built team to handle this side, another built team to handle this, the same built team to handle this one, and then a second built team to handle that, and then also handle this, and then a half-built team to take on the 2 middle ones. And that's kind of all you need to be able to clear. And so, what that means is that you should really heavily prioritize having 2 DPS teams, right? 2 DPS characters prioritized to be able to clear the TOA as fast as possible. You're seeing an example over here of what many could consider a triple DPS team. This is one of the worst teams you can invest in as a new player. My recommendation is that you stick with the team that's kind of like more of like a hyper carry lineup. And this is an example of one. This is an example of a hyper carry lineup where I'm using something like a Gian, a Shorekeeper, a Mortifi, and then maybe the other team that I invest in is, you already saw it before, but a Camellia, Verena, and Sanhua. And when these teams clear the end game perfectly fine, and they both also, right, use a 4-star support, well, this will get me in a spot where I'm able to clear pretty much all of the end game at a really, really, really fast pace. And these characters are also usable in a game mode like Whimpering Wastes. My recommendation would be for teams that are really, really affordable are going to be ones that involve DPS characters like this. These are my top 3 picks. Mortifi supports Gian. Spectral Rover, who you get for free, by the way, supports Phoebe. And Sanhua, who you get for free, supports Sanhua. Sanhua supports Camellia. And that's going to be the situation over here. These are easily the most affordable characters in the game to be able to clear the TOA. And there's really no argument when it comes to these. And so choosing to invest in either of these 3 options, or really 2 out of the 3 over here, is going to get you some great results. However, there are some objectively top picks out of these 2. And that's just taking Phoebe out of the equation. And the reason for that is Whimpering Wastes, which is another endgame mode that focuses on AoE. And if you try using Phoebe in Whimpering Wastes, you're probably going to want to uninstall the game, because she is the worst character in Whimpering Wastes that is only usable if you pull another limited 5-star like Chacona to make her usable. And that's due to the design of Phoebe's kit. I do have a video on it, so you can just check that out to see what her issues are. And so again, my top picks for this game mode, for both endgame modes, if you're a newer player, it's actually going to be Gian and Camellia, because they're the most affordable ones. You can hyper invest in just these 2 as DPS characters. You can use them with 4-star supports. They'll clear the TOA. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, they will also... clear Whimpering Waste at the same time. And both these game modes are time limited, and both of them give Astrite. And when that's a big focus for somebody that's starting out, they're probably some of the best beginner friendly units that you can have on the roster. So that's that. Now, let's move on to the final tip. Let's move on to the final thing, ladies and gentlemen. Our last tip over here, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be focused on, well, every single element of progression, and that is going to be, unfortunately, the importance of playing the story in a story-based game. Wuthering Waves is a game that actually has an amazing fucking story. It's really, really, really good. But there are going to be a lot of new players, right, who aren't going to be able to experience all of it immediately right off of the bat. One thing that the story unfortunately does lock off in this game is actual progression. Because to get a character to level 90, like Cartithia, you actually need to collect a certain resource. And Cartithia's resource that's required to actually, ascend her and get her going is going to be, let me just find it. Which one is it? Which one is it? I know it's here. It's going to be a bamboo iris. And look, behold, where can you actually get it? It's only in Septimont. And the only way that you're able to unlock Septimont, ladies and gentlemen, is to have played up to version 2.2 in Wuthering Waves. That's when you unlock Septimont. It's right after that. And unfortunately, right, the end result is that, well, you can't get to this region, and you'll be stuck with like a level 30 or 40 character. Yeah, that's a little rough. So, that's the thing. Some characters will literally not be level upable, right? Like the one that's on banner at the time of recording, unless you've progressed the story enough. I think that this is like a little bit of like a blend of Kuro probably should have a responsibility to actually go ahead and make the area either accessible earlier or put more of this actual level up resource in the shop, because they've streamlined a decent part of it already, and I think it's really just a little bit of developer oversight. They've already streamlined it by giving people early access to bosses that they haven't unlocked yet. For example, the Lioness of Glory, which is required to actually get Cartithia to a high level, that is available with early access if you don't unlock it on the map. And so I really just think it's like a bit of a mess up on their end to not make the, the lootable materials that you need to level up a character also equally as available, right, as they after a new character releases. But this is also another big reason for why you want to get into the story, and that's going to be the new main character upgrades. This is not a game like Genshin Impact. Wuthering Waves is nothing similar to Genshin Impact when it comes to the design of its male character, or sorry, not its male character, its main character. Wuthering Waves MC is actually good. For example, you get 3 different versions that are available throughout progressing the story and also doing the exploration. Spectro Rover is an incredibly strong sub-DPS that can also serve as a main DPS and is a ridiculous enabler for Frazzle teams. Havoc Rover is one of the better DPS characters in the game. They do feel a little bit clunky, but their damage output and the fact... We'll just take a look at their skill tree real fast. They have a literal sequence node that just gives them 25% crit rate. And the end result is that their build, like they reduce Havoc resistance as well, they can deal a lot of damage. Like some of the highest damage in the game. And they also have some very strong teams with very affordable characters like Dan Jin or San Hua. They're also an option, right? I mentioned before, like low budget characters that can be used to like clear. They're also an option too, though they might require a bit more investment than the other options I mentioned before, but they're, they don't require to be pulled on the limited banner. And then you have Arrow Rover over here, right, who is basically one of Cartithia's best teammates, if not her best overall teammate. And that's the thing, right? All of these main characters are incredibly good. They all have their own purpose. They all can fulfill a very, very powerful spot on your roster. But you gotta play the story to unlock them, buddy. You gotta play the story to unlock them, bucko. And of course, not playing the story, not having access to these units, and not seeing the power and the flexibility they can give to other units on your account, well, intentionally not doing that is kinda breaking it. And so, yeah, I think that will be our final tip for everybody over here. Hopefully I've given you all some good reasons to continue engaging with the game, and hopefully, right, you've all gotten a bit more of a detailed overview on how to best spend your resources, especially the time-limited ones, in every single way possible. I think I've covered just about everything. Oh, I guess the last thing is do keep in mind that there are some resources in this game that I don't recommend farming very much of at all. This might just be like a final tip, or maybe it'll be the last one. Fuck it, who cares, right? We can just toss this one in anywhere. And that's going to be simulation challenges. I actually genuinely do think that simulation challenges, if you start doing every event in the game, might actually not be necessary. I think that these, to a high degree, can be considered a little bit of a bait. And the reason why I say that is because, well, Kuro Games gives us so many rewards. Kuro Games gives us so many overall rewards in terms of like the events, the side quests, all of that. If you actively play the game a lot, it's really hard to run out of these. And unless you're pulling every single limited character and every single weapon, it's really hard to run out of shell credits. And it's really hard to run out of EXP. But if you play the events, you pull one character every, maybe one character a patch, it's kind of impossible to run out. But the more characters you pull, the more weapons you pull, the easier it is to run out. So really, this is like a spender problem. If you spend money on the game and you spend money on banners, you should have an issue over here. And now, let's move on to another one. And that's actually going to be synthesis. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just make this as long as it can possibly be. Let's move on to our actually last tip over here. And that is going to be the synthesizer. Because I think a lot of people might be missing out on some of the features that we have. So, like I mentioned before, there are a bunch of different things you can do with the synthesizer. We've shown off some of the features already. I just wanted to talk about some of the lesser known ones that people might not actually be keeping top of mind. I mentioned before all this stuff about blue tuners, right? How you really shouldn't be spending too many of these. How you should be trying to get to gold echoes as fast as possible. That's because, ladies and gentlemen, you can actually turn your tuners into other tuners. And so, if you go ahead and you level this up, right? I'm able to turn my blue tuners, which can only be used on blue echoes, which are dog shit, into purple ones. And then I can turn all these purple ones into gold tuners. And so that's why leveling up purple echoes is so bad, because you're wasting all these purple tuners that can just be turned into the gold ones that are a lot more important and actually a lot better. And if you're running out of things like Echo Experience, you can actually craft a decent number of them. Around 8 blue tubes. You can also craft weapon experience as well. By collecting these little fluorite things in Mount Firmament, you could just grind that if you want. I personally don't do it very often. And unfortunately, you can't just like click it to find out where all the drops are. You actually have to look it up. But yeah, that's something you can do. It's not really that necessary in my opinion. We've already talked about how you can save Echo EXP anyways, so it's not actually a concern later on. You can also, we'll just cut that part out. So those are just some of the last couple of things you can do with the synthesizer. And now for like one last final tip, it's gonna be in the line of echo farming. If you're ever farming the overworld for echoes, make sure you actually consume one of these sweet and sour porks before doing that. And don't consume one of these before farming forecast because they have a pity. I'm just going to be honest here. We're not going to focus too much on echo farming because I actually have a fully built out guide for that goes into this into a lot more detail. And if you're at the point where you're actively farming echoes, I mean, you're not really at the risk of breaking your account because you're just adding more stuff to your inventory. So it's not like that relevant for the discussion. So that'll be that last part. All right. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've covered a bunch of different tips. I don't even know if it's 10 anymore, but I'm going to put 10 in the title because I think we've gone around the world when it comes to actually prioritizing the fastest ways to actually progress in this game. And so with that, hopefully you found this helpful. Hopefully you found this a great resource to maximize the efficiency of all of your resources. And now, with this knowledge, you'll be able to go ahead and, go on your mission to conquering content like the Tower of Adversity much faster than you might have been able to before. and make sure you give Whimpering Waste a try as well. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully that was helpful. Let me know what you all think. Peace.
Okay, all right.
Misinfo title, how dare he say those are 10 tips when he actually gave 12? He lied! He actually gave 11 tips!
You should do the TOA with Gian. I'm down. Yeah, I'm down. Let's check it out. Let's see how this team is cooking. Damn, that's a nicely built Gian. Damn, that's a good build. Alright, we got Static Piss. Alright, let's put him on the red set. Oh, there we go. There we go. Boom, let's do this. Bro, why do these guys take like 20 seconds to spawn? S1 Gian doesn't count? Okay, buddy. Ooh, buddy! That was like the fastest rotation in Gacha Gaming. Holy shit. I literally had like to wait on Shorekeeper. That's actually with the wrong echo on my Shorekeeper as well. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, that seems almost too good for like a S1 Gian is basically S0 with the way that I'm playing him, and I feel like a 115 with the only real buff being arrow resistance reduction is kind of crazy. Yeah, I'm using him like an S0 Gian. And guys, let's be real here. My grouping on that second wave was dog awful. I killed both of those Rage Against the Golems, like the Rage Against the Statues, I killed them one at a time. Like, I wasn't even damaging both of them at once. I was literally killing them one at a time. And so, let's be real here. If I had grouped that better, that would have probably been like a 107, 108. And yeah, his build is good, but yeah, I mean, his S1 literally does nothing, guys. Like, you can just read it. Oh, great. I can use his resonance skill one more time. And its forte cost is reduced. It literally does nothing. It is one of the worst S1s, damn it. It's actually a DPS loss to use it. It's genuinely a DPS loss to use it in combat. Like, you'd rather use a Qinglong attack than another skill. Gian clears the second tower faster than Cart. Here's the proof. I bet this is a... Wait, actually real? Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean Dragon of Dirge? There's no Dragon of Dirge right now. Wait, bro is using Chacona? How much does this Chacona... How much does he do? Is he quick swapping, bro? Okay, I'm done. I'm not watching a Gian with... I'm not watching a Gian that's quick swapping. I'm sorry, bro. Oh, no. Don't tell me that's actually... Wait, so quick swap Gian is actually like a really good team? I mean, I guess that's good, right? All right, give me a second. I need to go take a piss. Okay, guys, we've been streaming for like 2 hours and 47 minutes. Okay, I need to go. I need to like go get some water. My mouth is so fucking dry after those after 2 guides. Yeah, my mouth is fucking dry, brother. Let me just get stuff uploaded for the editorials. Yeah, let me just get stuff. Yeah. You think you could get in the Kuro MMO? Oh, 1 second. Okay, we got the TOA beginner guide. We got the 10 tips to stop breaking. 10 tips to stop breaking up every day. Where did the recordings even start, bro? Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, there's something that I want to talk. There's a over stuff over keep, of course. So with that, what? Okay. All right. All right. BRB.
All right, there we go.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was fucking 3 hours without even like getting up. I need to fucking stretch. Guys, I was literally sitting down for 3 hours, okay? I gotta do more than just take a piss. Let's be real here. Let's be entirely real here. Alright, yeah, we might as well just clear the rest of the TOA. We absolutely fucking destroyed that shit, though. We absolutely destroyed that shit. Fucking cook these frauds. Gotta make sure I use all the buffs. Oh, let me go turn my volume on, too. Yeah, let me make sure to do that. Do you think Skirk is a Wuwa killer? No, she's not even close. Yo, Euro Gaming, appreciate the 20 gifted... Holy shit, appreciate the 20 gifted subs, man. Holy moly. I thought it said 200 for a second. Do an account review of my account. We usually save those for dedicated days, but I mean, hey, yeah, if you're going to give 20 subs, I guess we could just do one right now. Yeah, you can just go ahead and DM me. Yeah, you can DM me on Discord. Yeah, if you're looking for one right now, yeah, I'll do one for 20 gifted subs right now. It would be irresponsible not to. When was the last month? When was the last one? A month ago? True. All right, let me go finish up one side of the TOA. Then we can do your account review. But yeah, just DM me with your account info. Oh, did you already do that? Yeah, just let me know what your stuff is on Discord. Yeah, you can find me. I should be online. Guys, what are you gonna give me shit for that? You can't give me shit for that. You can't give me shit for that. Let's be real here. Alrighty. Let's see how crazy it is with the best in slot team, boys. Let's see how strong it is when we give her all the stops on her best in slot.
won't save you. You will yield. Still recognize me?
All right, come on, Scar, bucko.
Mine. A new era awaits. Found your weak spot.
Damn, he got cooked. All right, we've got the guy. We've got the guy. He's here. All right. Appreciate the gifties, man. Appreciate the gifties, man. Let's check out your account. And let me make sure I don't dox you. Isn't this Carlotta like S4? True. How much to roll echoes on a dev client? Guys, I don't have a dev client, okay? It's not a dev client. Stop spreading misinfo that this is a dev client, okay? All right? I've gotten some terrible echo rolls on some accounts before. Your UID is kind of weird. That's not even related to the client. When did you get S4? Last time she was S3. I just bought one of her things from the shop. I bought one of her nodes from the Coral shop. That was it. That's it. I had gotten her S3 with one Coral shop dupe, and I just bought the second one. I never actually pulled on the banner. Ooh, pubic, and puby. All right, nice. All right. I mean, we might as well just record this one and see where it goes, and then we could just turn it off if, things go a little bit crazy. But I think, when somebody pays this much for an account review, you just kind of got to assume it's got to be good, right? It's got to be a good one, right? And let me just quickly mess up my recycle bin real fast. I gotta... Ooh, that's a lot of files. Ooh, that's a lot of data that I'm about to get back, buddy. Okay, that's all stuff from May, so it should be fine. Bye! Oh, yeah, that already looks pretty good. Alright. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I have just been blessed today. Blessed with the opportunity to actually go ahead and review this account. Because Brother Man went into my chat unprompted. This was not an account review day. Wasn't actually planning on it. And threw me about 20 gifted subs to take a look at this. And the assumption always is that if somebody is willing to donate that much for an account review, well, it's gotta be good. And one thing that I see right off of the bat is this account banner. And if you don't know about how these banners work, some of them are only unlockable if a character has all of their sequence nodes. And this is Cartithia's. So, that should be a little bit of a forewarning, a little bit of foreshadowing for what all of you might see. So with that, let's go ahead, let's get right on into it and see what this account is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty. We might do a couple of demos, too.
Much matter.
So, clearly, the first character that we're going to be looking at over here is going to be the Cartithia, because, as you probably guessed, she's got quite a bit of investment on her. So with that, why don't we take a look at what's going on the Echo side, because I feel like there might be a piece or two missing from what I'm seeing over here, or maybe I'm just, okay. All right, nothing's missing. Okay, let's see what we got. So, we got a crit rate forecast on Remedy Fleur-de-Lis in the main slot. Very, very, very good. That's typically what you actually do want. Yeah, crit rate forecast, Remedy Fleur-de-Lis. We got Resonance Skill, ER, Basic Attack and Crit Damage, and Liberation. Unfortunately, we are missing a crit rate on here. The build only has about 55 point something % crit rate. Maybe we're using it with Shorekeeper, which is perfectly fine if you're at S6. But yeah, the crit rate on the build is a little bit low. Yeah, the crit rate is ass, so it's not completely built yet. All right, then I'll tell you which pieces you probably want to replace. This is the first one. This is a pretty dog shit piece in relation to your other ones. The reason why it's not particularly good is because you already have 131% ER. If you're S6, you probably don't even need more ER, for frankly being honest. Oh, last thing is, let me just turn off the music real fast. Yeah, so editor can go ahead and put their own stuff in. Yeah, so
The power to split and merge matter.
if I'm talking about why this piece is not that great in particular, there's a reason why. It has ER, basic attack, and crit damage. Effectively, this is kind of like a 3 out of 5 piece, because ER is always good, right? Except when ER isn't good. And this is a circumstance where ER isn't that great. It's because you already have 131. So, if you think about it this way, anything above 120, or really like 115, 118 on Cartithia, is a dead substat. Because across her rotation, no real DPS ever really needs more than 120%. When you're at 130 on a DPS, it's actually the most useless substat in the game. Because at least defense will do something for you. You'll get hit and take a little bit less damage. At least the other damage types will do a little bit of something for you. ER in this circumstance, once you hit a threshold, is almost completely useless outside of like overworld grinding, where maybe you're just soloing with her. So yeah, this first piece over here, it should be the first one on the chopping block. And even like the substats that are good, they're not relatively high. Now this is what I'm talking about. This is a solid piece. It's a 5 out of 5. The HP roll is lowest in class, but crit damage is up there. It's obviously, right, Nightmare Kelpie, you're doing great. You know, it's on set. It's got the ER too. This is almost, I would rate this a 9.5, 9 out of 10 level piece. Very, very, very good. Just wish some of the substats over here were higher, but everything else is high enough to make up for it. So yeah, my tip for you is, I mean, if you're getting desperate on the farming, man, just, you know, start spending some modifiers, you know, just grind the Remini, Fleur de Lis, Echo a little bit, start spending some modifiers, and just turn these bad boys into crit rate. Because you know for certain you have a goated crit damage one that you're never really going to replace. It's going to take a lot of grinding to get one better than this. So you just automatically know you can turn all of your Windward Pilgrimages on this into crit rate ones. And I suggest it, especially because it can be a little bit hard. It can be a little bit hard to actually farm the right on-set one because you're competing with Gust of Welkin too. Now, let's check out this one cost. Ooh, this is rough. Ooh, yeah. This is also another piece on the chopping block. It effectively has one usable substat. I know it's a high crit damage, but it's pretty dog shit. Yeah, you just want more than this. But this piece, it's good, just low rolls. This would be a, like, low priority to replace because certainly you can pretty much always do better than this one, but because the rolls are so low, but the rolls are good. So you could just keep this on here for until the end of time. It doesn't really matter. And now this piece, HP, crit rate, crit damage, liberation. Okay, so these 2-1 costs are pretty not bad. They're pretty okay. They're not like that big of a deal. I wouldn't worry too much about replacing them. It's just this one and this one. And your build should be in a way, way, way better spot. Yeah, it's just some of the crit values are low over here. But I'm pretty certain, right, this Cartithia still absolutely pops off and destroys shit in endgame content. All right, now let's take a look at some of the other... Okay, she's got an R1 weapon as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she destroys stuff. Now let's take a look at the support.
Divinity may foresee the future of the world.
All right,
but
Woodland
I doubt they can
Aria,
predict which song people will play
119
tomorrow.
ER. I'm not sure about Chacona's ER requirements. I just know for a sub DPS, I typically think like 130 is kind of like the sweet spot. So maybe you do want more ER on her. Maybe you don't. But let's just go ahead and see what the build is looking like. All right, we got a Remedy Fleur de Lis. Okay, crit damage one. Not bad overall. She's able to do a decent amount of these. It's just, you might just be missing 10% ER. An arrow damage bonus Capitanius without crit rate on here. That's a little bit rough, even though the stats are somewhat decent without it. And we do have a double crit attack. Okay, this piece is good. Double crit attack, no ER though, and then no crit damage. Okay, so the Chakota over here, she is missing some of the double crit rolls on some of the pieces, but like, you know, some of the other parts are, kind of like there in the equation, like the ER over here. This would be great if that last basic attack was actually a critical damage, but, you know, what are you going to do at this point? I would say, clearly, right, you know you got to get some critical rate on this, and you know you got to get some critical damage on this one, but when those are your only ER pieces, you kind of want 3 ER rolls on the character. Yeah, that's kind of how Chakota works. Her build can be a little bit tricky, because you want to make sure you're balancing your critical stats, while also getting at least 30% ER from your subs. Maybe 24, 25, 26, 27%. So yeah. But if your Cartithia is S6, maybe Chakota doesn't actually ever need to enter the battlefield a second time. So, yeah, maybe she doesn't even need ER at all. That's just something to think about as well, too, right? And no, she doesn't have Static Mist. She has Woodland Aria. So, yeah, the crit rate could theoretically be higher because we're even missing a crit rate roll. We're also missing a crit damage roll across the Echoes. But, yeah, 130 is typically the sweet spot, especially if you don't have an S6. Cartithia. Shorekeeper, she's looking fine. We don't. Oh, wait. Why is her HP so low? Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. These probably should be HP 1 costs. Yeah, Shorekeeper scales off of HP. Her damage, she does a decent amount of scales off of No, they gotta be surely you gotta level up some HP ones, dog. And this is the other thing. If you're gonna be using Shorekeeper with Cartithia, it's actually better to use an R5 variation on Shorekeeper. The reason for that is, well, the faster rotation time is better because the attack buff actually doesn't work on Cartithia because she doesn't scale off attack. So that's also something you can experiment around with because you're literally gaining double the concerto from the weapon. This gives 16. This gives 8. And so you'll literally rotate faster and actually be on the damaging character faster. So, yeah. That's just a bit of a... Yeah, you gotta get some HP 1 cost on her. 27k on Shorekeeper is diabolical. All right,
I can help you with?
now let's take a look at the Zoni. And I can already tell the Zoni's build does have a couple of issues with it. Okay. We have S1 Shorekeeper, S0 Zoni. Let's see, we got Blazing Justice, very nice. Now let's see what the build is looking like. No Capitanius. We do have a nice double crit attack. Double crit. Kind of everything else is a little bit mid. Double crit. Oh, really, really good crit. Oh my gosh, that's almost perfect. Yeah, you might want to keep that just for the ratio bonus alone. That's kind of wild. I'm assuming the 1 costs are a disaster. They are. Ooh, yeah, that's a little bit rough. Ooh, we're kind of missing the crit. We're kind of missing the crit on the 1 cost over here. I'm pretty sure this still clears just fine because, you know, it's not like the rolls are like super bad, but they're not anything to write home about. So I don't know. I feel like you don't use this character very often. I feel like this Zoni is kind of like she's lacking a little bit of attention on the account. But I mean, it is what it is. She's a bit of an acquired taste. Yeah, that Echo build took me 10 minutes because I was lazy. Yeah, he doesn't like this unit. All right, let's move on to the Cantarilla.
The tides have whispered of your...
I see the issue over here. We have an ER3 cost in this build. My friend, we can't be doing that. We can't be doing that. Yeah, this Cantarilla's a little... she's a little mid. No crit damage. Nice double crit attack over here. ER. I guess this is the thing, fundamentally, right? Is you have a Midnight Veil. You're building her for Midnight Veil, right? And the thing is that, well, I'm pretty sure you already have 130% ER. Yeah, you have 126.8 without the ER3 cost. So that's like already fine. in that ER 3 cost, we just mentioned how having too much ER is like a dead stat. Yeah, that's a whole dead 3 cost. That's a whole dead 3 cost on this build that's doing absolutely nothing when you're running the ER 1. But unfortunately, right, you're also missing the crit rate over here, the crit damage over here, but the pieces are providing the ER. Yeah, this build is a little... It kind of seems like you don't play the Cantarella very much either. It seems like these two units have kind of been...
The tides have
I'm going to be honest. Have they been abandoned on the account? Have they been abandoned on the account? I feel like you don't use them particularly often. Yeah. Yeah, something like that, right? And I can't necessarily blame too much when it comes to that. It's, you know, Cantarella's a bit of an acquired taste, both in her food choices and her actual gameplay. I know a lot of people don't actually like using her. I'm one of them. Using her, I feel like I'm drunk when I'm playing her. Yeah, it's like she has like a debuff IRL. She debuffs enemies. She has Hazy Dream. I feel like I have Hazy Dream on me in real life when I'm trying to play her. Yeah. Yeah, this shit. Yeah, it feels like my hand's movement speed is reduced IRL because her kit is like so unwieldy to actually activate. That's just my point of view. Maybe she'll get better in the future. All right, now let's check out the brand.
To which stage will life guide us
Interesting.
next?
I see we're hitting the 280 ER cap, but
Well,
the crit rate
whatever it
is a little
I'll play
low.
my role to the fullest.
Double crit ER. Oh, we're on a crit. Oh, wait a second. Why are we on a critical damage piece? I mean, it's an insane critical damage piece. Double crit. Max, basically at max. ER almost at max. Oh, we're missing a crit rate here, but we do have basic attack and ER. Double crit basic. And the thing is with Lupa on your team as Brant, Lupa gives so much fusion damage bonus, it might actually be ready. It might actually be better to run double ER. I'm not even joking. Lupa gives so much fusion damage in her kit, it might be better to run double ER on Brant to get more raw attack. So one fusion on Brant might not be the optimal build anymore if you have Lupa. So this could actually be really good. Double crit ER, okay, and then double crit ER. I mean, it's not bad. It's just this piece is a little bit suspect. This piece is a little bit suspect because of the lack of crit rate, but the crit damage one is absolutely insane. So like, imagine you had like a 10% rollover here. I mean, you'd be at like 62, and then you have Shorekeeper, you're at like 70 something. That's not crazy. And 269 crit damage on Brand is insane because, I mean, his weapon doesn't give any crit. It gives 8% crit rate. That's it. So yeah, check the other forecast I have with him. I guess that's true, right? Oh, that's pretty good. It's a solid Brand. A sailor. I swear to God, I bet this guy spent at least 6,000 tuners on this build. I bet it was at least 4,000 tuners on this build. How much was it? How many tuners was this? A lot, right? A lot, right? I got them back to back. Okay, mods, you know what to do. Anyways, now let's take a look at the...
Fine day.
I see. Phoebe got all of the investment while Zani just gets to go die. I see what's going on over here. Yeah, Zani can just kind of go, oh, I see. At this point, man, I think this is what you got to do. I think you got to just bite the bullet and say, Zani, respectfully, go fuck yourself, right? And then just take this piece over here. Wait. I guess this is the situation, is that in combat, your Phoebe will have 91% crit rate. Right? Because she gets 20% from activating Eternal Radiance, which is activated, like, automatically from hitting the enemy. And so, you don't want above 80% on her. And if you're running Shorekeeper, you want even less. So the end result is like, actually, this is 91%, and like the build's kind of crazy, man. Holy moly. Yeah, this Phoebe's fucking cracked, brother. The only thing you might be missing is like a little bit of ER, but it might be okay. Oh my god. Wait, yeah, she just has the best echoes. You literally said that, like, yeah, you literally said everyone else could just go get fucked. To be honest, that's what it seems like. I would say, this is probably what I would suggest. You put this one on here, and then you go ahead, and then, because clearly you're trying to optimize one character, right? And then you just take this one, and then you put it on here, and, like, what is she going to be at? Oh, my God. Yeah. 123, 73.4, 294.6, nearly 2K attack on Luminous Him is really good. And that's what I think this, the full Phoebe looks like over here. Yeah, this one's crazy. Yo, Washi, appreciate it, man. Yeah, that's what, like, the full Phoebe looks like over here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Solid, solid, solid stuff. All right. Now, let's take a look at what the Carlotta is looking like right now.
Will decide whether it's for
Okay, I think that this is...
battle.
It's not an S1 Carlotta, so we're running a critical damage forecast, which I think there's double crit on everything in this build, because that's a pretty high crit rate with a double crit. This is a solid piece. Solid piece overall. What I would have to say, though, is that for this build to be good, you would need S1 Carlotta, unfortunately. Because, well, that's where 12.5% crit rate is coming from, and without it, you have 56. Yeah, you have 56. So, yeah, attack, crit damage, crit rate, solid though. Double crit, kind of low crit rate. Oh, but this piece is actually illegal. That might be the best Carlotta piece I've ever seen. The only thing that would make it better is like an attack roll here. Ooh, but we're missing the critical damage. Ooh, that's a little bit rough. And then we got double crit. Okay, well, this piece is enough to elevate this build to like very, very high levels. Yeah, you got actually like a lot of high crit rate rolls on here. A 10.5, a 9.3, and then also a 9.9. That's kind of crazy once you think about it, right? So overall, it's an okay build, but you kind of do need S1 to make this work properly, if I'm frankly being honest. Yeah. Yeah, it's like on every single character, you have like one god roll, and then the rest of them are kind of mid. So, all right, let's check out the Camellia.
Like
She needs more crit. I'm just going to say that.
She
got Red Spring. We're missing the crit rate over here. I knew there was something a little bit cooked with the build, and that's kind of where it's coming from over here. The Crownless looks badass, though. Double crit, nice, but everything else is actually bad on this build. Double crit, and then basic attack and flat attack and lib, solid. And we're also running the one attack, or one attack 3 cost, and the one havoc damage 3 cost. That's good, too. And then we got double crit, attack, solid. Even with 2 dead rolls, just these 3 rolls alone is solid. And then double crit, ER, attack, and liberation. Very, very, very good piece. This is an ideal Camellia piece for a lot of people because Camellia, surprisingly enough, actually needs ER. If you don't have enough ER on Camellia, you will not be able to liberate every rotation. And if you can't liberate every rotation, it takes you longer to get into budding form. So you usually want around 120 plus. 117.6 might cut it if you're using your Crownless Echo skill, like, you know, at certain points in your rotation and, like, dodge canceling it. But otherwise, 120 is kind of like the sweet spot for this one. So, yeah. Let's see over here. Do we have any sequence nodes? No. All right. Now, let's check out the John Lee Yao a little bit.
The experiment begins.
140 ER is kind of a lot. We are using Stonard. That's probably why the build is a little bit sussy. Yeah, I feel like the build is actually insane because we're using Stonard and it actually looks like it was using your signature. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get his sig. What are you doing? What the fuck? Wait, the build is actually pretty damn crazy. Yeah, why would you not? I mean, I could get it because he's not like the strongest. But like, damn. Wait a second. Is that an ER 3 cost? Never mind. The build's sussy. Nah, you can't. Nah, what's going on here, man? Nah, there's no way. Nah, there's no nah, that. Never use an ER 3 cost on your DPS. Otherwise, they're gonna be dog shit. No, that's gotta be electro damage, man. And yeah, you don't have a sequence nodes. There's no way. G-Jaw. I guess she's supporting. I guess she's supporting. Yeah, those are some of the lowest critical stats I've ever seen, but yeah. I don't even think the build is that bad. There's just not an there's one crit damage roll on the entire build. That's 15% above the base. That's 15% above the base, brother. But yeah, I mean she's mainly clearly being used as a buffer for the Carlotta, so I don't think it matters too much.
Plan
Now let's check out the Jang Lee.
Then conquer by ingenuity.
It seems a little. The build seems a little sussy. Okay, 6.3. Kind of bad. You could replace this one really easily. Kind of okay too. It's a lot of 6.3%. I'm surprised your crit rate is that low. I thought it was an S2 one at first. I mean, it's double crit, but it's also attack, and Changli wants 2 fusion damage. It's okay. It's okay. It's kind of low. Ooh, that one's not that good. But it's not like you have ER. I feel like you don't use this character. I guess this is the thing. Now I'm convinced. I'm convinced you bought this skin just to goon. Because it's clear you don't play this character. Otherwise, she'd have better echoes. Right? That's the truth, isn't it? Is this a cop moment? Is this a cop moment? My friend? Is that the truth? I use her rarely, and the skin I bought just because I love Wuwa. Trust. No, you bought it. Yep, no, he bought it to Goon. Anyways, yeah.
Plan with convention.
It's not that great of a build. It's
by
a little rough. You kind of want like 120 ER, maybe more, and then the crit stats like this with a crit rate forecast is kind of diabolical. Yeah. The guy will never admit it though. Now let's check out the.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor.
Okay. Actually a decent piece over here. I'm wondering why her crit rate is only like 50%. I'm beginning to see why. I mean, it's solid. It's solid without the crit rate still. I mean, Liberation and Skill are still decent damage ties for Jancy. Now we got double crit and attack, which is... It is what it is, right? I would say you can also replace this one with an attack 3 cost, assuming you have Age of Harvest, which you do. Yeah, you could replace this with an attack 3 cost as well. This just looks like you took the first... This just looks like you took the first spectral damage, or the first attack 1 cost you could find. Wait, what is even going on here? It's not like you're using this character anyways, right? Wait, no, surely you've got... I mean, like, anything would be better than this, right? Literally anything would be better than this, right? Maybe not. Literally, it can't really get much worse than there, right? Oh, maybe it can. It's already better. Look at that. 30 tuners in, it's already better. It literally can't get worse. It literally cannot get worse. Okay, maybe it can. Ooh, it's a little bit... I mean, 8.7% crit rate is still good. Hey! Okay. Well, at least that's an improvement over... At least that's an improvement over whatever the fuck this is. Alright. Now we're at 68, okay? That's... You know what? That's still an improvement. And crit rate is very important on Jancy. Very important on Jancy. So, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? I made it better. I made it better, okay? It's not like I had much to work with over here.
No
Now let's check out
rush.
the Yanlin.
The impatient ones will fall right into our lap.
I mean, this is a great Nightmare Tempest Mephis. Ooh, that's rough. Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's rough. Oh, that's actually pretty good with Stringmaster, but like I like some of the builds are like some of the pieces are like giga cracked. Like this one is like, what? Like, oh my god. Some of them are like, oh my god. And then the other ones are like, it actually looks like you just randomly plus 25 pieces. This is like a roller coaster, bro. Like, I feel like I'm becoming bipolar as I review this.
The battlefield is dynamic.
Oh my god.
Do not let your guard down.
Is this the best Gion? Wait, this 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. 4 out of 5. Another 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5. And like crit rate 9.3, 9.3, 9.3, 7.5, and 9. This might be the most illegal build I've ever seen. This might be the most illegal build I've ever seen in my life. What the f... Holy sh... Alright, we're gonna have to give this one a try. We're gonna give this one a spin. How much heavy attack damage percent? Bro, he got 35.3% of the stat menu. He literally missing it on one roll. We got it here, 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 here. We're missing it. He's just... It's one piece. And that one piece has 9.3% crit rate and 10.1% attack. Alright, alright, alright. We're gonna have to give 2 characters a try. It's gonna be the Arrow Squad today.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Arrow Squad. Alright, she's fine. She can go fuck herself.
I should try to smile.
Yeah, all the other characters don't
Make this
care
quick.
except
I have
Mortafee.
experiments underway.
Hey, with the Gion that good, I don't think you need the Mortafee to be good. Alright, let's give some of these things a try. Let's give some of these units a bit of a spin. First, we're gonna test the Gion, because that Gion is actually more exciting than the S6 Cartithia. I'm gonna be honest. Chat probably agrees. The Gion is more exciting than the S6 Cartithia. Let's be honest here, guys. Let's be honest here, ladies. How does he still have vigor? He should be...
The battlefield is
He
dynamic.
should have been thoroughly used
Do
at
not
this
let
point.
your guard down.
The fuck? With a build like this, you're not using this every single reset? What's going on, bucko? Alright, let's try this one out. Let's try this one out. All right.
Worry not.
Not bad, huh? Inferno!
Floating war with time.
Fury boils! Feel my wrath! Let's do ready for battle. Unstop
Boom.
the way. Finale!
Are those 15k ticks, brother?
Ordained. Low astral modulation.
Great chat
boils.
position, brother. All right,
As he
go fuck
burns to
yourself. I'll fix
ashes.
it in a second.
Let's do your wide open another way. Fear no
Oh, I feel like I just hacked there for a second. Bro, I just parried him like 13 times.
Loading. Iron graft you knew.
Fury boils. Silence! As you wish. Ready for battle. Unstop.
Check skill tree.
Break.
Guys, this is a level 60 Mortifi. We're mainly looking at the Gion's damage there. That's a level 60 Mortifi. A level 61 with...
Make this quick. I have experiments underway.
The Gion is maxed out, yeah, but the Mortifi is 11111. So that's we got a 120. We got a 120 with that, ladies and gents. And that's with the Mephis doing some griefing shit over there. So yeah, Bucko. Try it out with Chacona. We can try it out with Chacona. Why not? Maybe he uses Gion Chacona. Maybe he does. Yeah. I know there's some quick swap tech you can do. I'm not going to do that shit, though.
Loading. In war with time.
Thanks for watching. Oh, perfect. Let the show begin.
Ready for battle. Unstop. Break.
Wait, why is it doing so much damage?
Vow from the soul. Perish. Low astral modulation.
Oh my god.
Thanks for watching. Ta-da! A grand overture. A perfect chord. Listen, the trio of destiny.
You're wide open. Fear no more. Finale.
Ordained.
Polyphony.
I mean, that kind of banged. I do think that Chacona is S2 though. That kind of felt like an
This
S2
divinity may foresee
Chacona.
the future of the world.
That
but
was
I doubt they can
S0?
predict which song people will play tomorrow.
Maybe the arrow erosion 30% defense reduction was enough. Yeah, maybe it was that. I was about to say, yeah, that felt like an S2 Chacona. Yeah, I was like, why is bro out here hitting 12k ticks? Why is he hitting 12k ticks? Shorekeeper sequence knows she's S1.
Understood. I am here to
Yeah,
serve
she's
your-
S1. So, I mean, yeah, that's essentially a 2 rotation. Guys, so this is the thing. The Thundering Mephis is actually an awful boss for Gion. Because during his rotation, right, the Mephis will, like, go around and grief his timer. And if Gion isn't hitting for every single second of his timer, it's like a massive DPS loss, right?
Loading. Astral modulation.
Thanks for watching. Ta-da! A grand overture.
Here we
Let
go.
the
All right, let's try it
show
on this side.
begin.
Ready for battle.
Oh,
Unstoppable.
I already know this is going to be crazy.
Settle. I can take it.
Thou
One
from
rotation
soul.
getting through both of those boys.
Loading. In war with time.
Thanks for watching. A perfect chord. Master. Let the show
Okay.
begin.
You're wide open. Fear
Oh, boy.
Vanilla.
Ordained. Loading. Astral modulation.
That is, that's a little illegal, brother.
Perfect chord.
That is all essentially S0 R1 units. Shorekeeper's S1 is doing functionally nothing there. That's all S0 R1 units. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy. That was insane. Hey, let's trade Gions, buddy. Hey, you can have my Carlotta's build, I'll have your Gions build. Yeah, I think that's a good trade. How about we do that? Alright, so clearly we saw the actual good arrow DPS on the account. Let's go see what the other one does.
I engraft you new.
Thanks for watching. Ta-da! A grand overture. Now presenting a poem of finale. Crumble. Heavens.
Such as their blessed oceans.
Alright,
Wow,
here we
the
go.
form. Gales purified. Sounding the death knell. Atonement. Furious tides. Split the heavens.
Alright, see ya, buddy. See ya, amigo. See you, amigo. Yeah, it's an S6 unit. It's an S6 unit. That's, I think most S6 units will one rotate. The only one that doesn't is Changli. Yeah, the only one that doesn't is Changli.
Physical damage detected.
Changli's S6 is like another unit's S2.
Perish. In war with time. Loading.
Thanks for watching.
Huh? Alright, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I might have messed up a Chakona combo, but...
Let the show begin. Collapse.
Such is their blessing.
Be gone, wicked souls. True form. Revealed at last. Salvation. Windstorm. Sweep all away.
Boom, buddy! Alright, well, that rotated his ass as well. He got fucking cooked to smithereens right there. He got cooked to smithereens as well. So, as you can see, right? Yeah, the sequence nodes are a lot better than dupes. Sequence nodes are a lot better than dupes when it comes to how much damage you're gonna do overall. But yeah, that was probably one of the best Geons. That might be the best Geon on the server, if I'm frankly being honest. That's one of the craziest builds I've ever seen. Yeah, we're out here doing like 12.5, 13k ticks with a Chikona on the team. That's crazy. That's crazy. Or sorry, sequence nodes are better than echoes. Yeah, sequence nodes are better than echoes. So yeah, thank you, my friend, for letting us take a look at your account. I have to say, the rating that I'll give it is, I'll rate it based off the Geon build, S+.
Do not let your guard
S
down.
plus rating. But if we're discounting the Geon, it'd probably be like mid-Bs. Mid-Bs, somewhere along those lines. But yeah, the Geon in particular, it's the best Geon build I've ever seen. Yeah, literally the best one I've ever seen. Actually illegal. Actually illegal gameplay. Yeah, this one it's so ridiculous. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. It's literally more fun to play. It's probably the most fun I've had playing the unit. Holy moly. Jesus Christ. Yoink the... Hey, well, I'll trade, bro. Just wait until his 5-star limited sub DPS comes out. Bro's out here still using Mortifi. He's the fucking... Bro's the fucking Honda Civic of Wuwa. We gotta wait for his Supermax upgrade. Alright. But yeah, that'll be that one, ladies and gents. I know S6 Cartithia was supposed to be the highlight, but who knew it was going to be another Arrow DPS that stole the show? Let me know what you all think. Peace. I mean, what's more impressive? What's more impressive? The S6 Cartithia or that Geon? Which one is more impressive, guys? Let's be real here. Which one is more impressive? It's the Geon. This Geon is fucking nuts, brother. It's fucking nuts, brother. I've never seen a build that good before. I've literally never seen a build that good before, bro. My mind is blown. My mind is fucking blown, man. I feel like he was hacking. He's legitimately... He's a cheater, bro. He's a cheater, bro. Oh, okay. Alright. Alright. Let me reset. Let me reset a little bit. Alright. What are my deadlines looking like over here? Okay. Let me reach out to somebody real fast, because this is the unfortunate thing that's been happening, right? Like, I've been saving some time for like a sponsored thing, but it's also like I'm not super sure if any of my stuff has been approved. So I actually haven't been able to work on it for the past couple of days. So I might actually have to like work on it today. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let me log off this account. Speaking of PTR, are you pulling Vera tomorrow? I probably could. Doesn't she replace, Liv? She replaces Liv, right? Will you play PGR for the collab? Yeah. I'm playing PGR for the collab. It's not Vera tomorrow? Who the fuck is it tomorrow, then? Doro made a response to his video on Wuwa 2.4. Did he? Oh shit, did he? I mean, we were just what's it called? We were just being what's it called? What's the word for it? No, he didn't. Doro didn't make a fucking response, you liar. Bro, what? Bro talked on Twitch for like a second?
Real quick. Okay. So, let me just pull it up. Police or some shit like that. I don't know. All right.
Hopefully he didn't view my video as an attack. Hopefully Doro did not view my video as an attack, because I don't think our video was an attack at all. But some people might view it that way. Some people might view it that way.
Hold on.
I actually had somebody messaging. I had another CC messaging me the other day saying that my react was stinky because they only saw like one cherry-picked part of it, and I was like, okay, relax there, buddy. I'm not gonna get in trouble for posting this one. This is literally this is just an informative video explaining why people feel certain ways. Relax, buddy.
Wuwa mad again? Not the entire Wuwa community. I want to say that. It's just a small minority. It's a Twitter community.
Your title is called Doro got canceled? I mean, he kind of did, right? He kind of did, right? Bro's out here with like multiple like 20, 30K viewed viewed tweets talking about why he's like the worst person ever. I would kind of count that as getting canceled to some degree on Twitter, right?
Called Gacha Police or Gacha Police or some shit like that.
It's actually called Sriracha
I don't know.
Police right now.
Jankopi, think of the 5 months. I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's actually called Sriracha Police.
Thank you so much. So I made a sponsored video for Wuwa. And it was just like an overview on the new Wuwa update. And like things I liked, things I was like meh on. Like I didn't really like care for. And 99% of the video is me glazing Wuwa, obviously, because I love the game. I glaze it, but like a couple of points that I was talking about that I was like kind of meh on. Here, let me just play it for you right here. Like meh on. I'm gonna get this one out of the way because.
Okay, is he just explaining what happened? Do we have like anything past the summary?
And why I talk about this stuff in a second. Kind of like 50-50 on are the swimsuit skins. Chang Lee's is actually really pretty and I like it. It's tasteful.
I guess the part that he's mainly going to address is him literally cumming himself. Like not even like literally talking about how he's cumming himself looking at My Day. I guess that's the part he's gonna talk about.
But Carlotta's, like, it's just out. And I get it. Swimsuits look like that. Right. I don't know. You might be into that. You might not be. But it's in the game. And then the last thing that's kind of like, ugh. So I talk about the swimsuit skins, and I like one of them. The other one, it's not that I don't like Carlotta's. I'm just saying that, like, it's very revealing for a video game that, you know, kids will play, all of that. And I even say in the video that, yes, I understand that bathing suits look like that, but it's just like, I just didn't expect it to be that revealing. You know what I mean? But anyway, whatever.
I don't think it's like, okay, maybe Doro's Catholic. Because I was going to say, like, yeah, sure, it's like, it is technically the most revealing skin in the game, but it's also not like, it's not like she's out here like fucking wearing like a G-string, brother.
Is actually about Carthea and what I mean. And I won't play this entire part out, but I pretty much talk about how Carthea is very expensive of a character to get the full power.
I don't think anyone said anything about his Cartithio take. I guess that's the thing. I didn't even, I'm gonna be real, I didn't even know he made this take about Cartithia. I didn't even know. But I guess this is the thing. I think that this is proof that if the Wuwa community was really that irrational, they'd be bagging on him for the Cartithia is expensive take too. But they didn't. They just kind of focused on the only parts that they found hypocritical. Right? Because it could have easily have gone in on this part as well if they had technically wanted to.
Or of.
Because I think most people can agree she is actually expensive. If you want her best in slot team. But I guess technically, is she that much more expensive than... I guess if you think about it from the perspective of Chakona's weapon does a lot more for Kartithia than other sub-DPS weapons do for their other DPSs. I guess that's the thing, is that Chakona's weapon is almost like another... It's a Kartithia buff as well. Does he go that in depth, though? I don't know. I don't really care that much. But yeah, Chakona's weapon is a bigger buff for Kartithia than like any other sub-DPS's weapon is for their respective DPS.
And you know, like having Chakona for her will like really get her to like do insane damage. Like she's not
compared to Skirk's premium team, it's way expensive. I mean, this is the argument that you can easily make, right? It's that Skirk's premium team includes a Scoffier, but a Scoffier is also usable for a Ryodzly and also usable for like an Ayaka, right? So it's not like you're pulling a Scoffier just kind of like for Kartithia. And the thing is that like Chakona can technically be used with Gian, but I don't even think she's better than Mortifi. Right? So it's not like you're pulling Chakona to like also upgrade Gian. It's like a side grade. So it's kind of like it's a side grade. And if you're using Chakona with Phoebe, if you're doing that outside of Whimpering Wastes, I might be justified in saying you're kind of trolling. Yeah, if you're using Chakona with Phoebe outside of Whimpering Wastes, you're kind of griefing, right? Or is anyone non-sarcastically using Chakona with Phoebe? Like, is anyone actually using them outside of Wuwa? Yeah, is anyone using Chakona with Phoebe and TOA? So why even suggest that as, like, an actual team? Like, you're using it to make Phoebe not useless in Whimpering Wastes. So, Phoebe in Wuwa without Chakona is, like, an F. And Chakona elevates her up to, like, an A. Okay? So, it's like... like... I mean, sure, but it's also like, yeah, the character was actually unplayable without her.
Unusable, which I do say that, but
she's tier 7 in Wuwa without Chakona. Guys, there will still be people. There was one guy in chat saying during the video, well, if you can't use Phoebe without Chakona and Whimpering Waste, you just have a skill issue. No, it's just, I literally don't feel like getting a brain aneurysm from playing an endgame mode. Yeah, I don't. What, I'm gonna rely on the fucking resonating spin of Rover to apply spect? Go fuck yourself. No, I'm not gonna rely on the resonating slash of Rover to apply Spectro to enemies, right? And just hope they walk into the blade that spins around one time. Nah, I'm good, bro. That's not happening. Nah, I'm good on that.
But, you know, to get her full power, you know, she's pretty expensive of a character.
I don't think anyone
so
talked about that.
Those are the cons that... Oh, what happened? There's this one. Give me 1 second, chat. Hold on. And I play Genshin male lead, whatever. Then you're simply not the target audience.
I don't think Doro knows what ML is. Yeah, Doro doesn't know what ML is. He thought ML means male lead. Oh dear. Oh dear. He
Also, there are
the
lots
tweet.
of people complain about it, and I hope Kuro fixes it in the room with us, because all I see is a vocal minority whining. So...
Bro needs to fix his mic. That's what Doro needs to do. I hear a lot. I hear a lot of that. I hear a lot of that shit. Yeah, he needs to turn down the sensitivity a little bit.
I kind of maybe I should have said not said a lot of people complain about it. Maybe I shouldn't have said those words, but whatever. I think this is cherry picking right here, which Twitter loves to do. I think this is taking a cherry picked thing and trying to make it something it's not. Can I be honest with you for a second, chat? I don't know if I'm supposed to say this. But I'm just going to say it because I'm just going to say it. The video is sponsored. I said something different before. Kuro Games, and I can't show you them saying this, but you're just gonna have to trust me. They told me to change it to this. Kuro told me to say, hope Kuro fixes it in the future. They told me to say that. Which then pissed off the community, I guess. So.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I don't know why they would... That feels weird. Okay, this is the thing. I would not have said... Even if that is what happened, I would not have said that without proof. That's the thing. I'm not saying he's lying. I'm not saying that that's not what was said. I just wouldn't say that without proof. Because it sounds strange. Like, it to a degree sounds unbelievable. It to a degree kind of doesn't make sense, and so it just puts more questions into people's heads. That's my take on it. I'm not gonna say he's right or wrong. I'm just saying that that's a bold move, Cotton. Yes, sir. That's a bold move, brother. That's a little ballsy. It's a little ballsy.
Oh, maybe Kuro Games is trying to get me in trouble.
I don't particularly care too much. I mean, it's like I don't really give a shit. I don't really care. All I know is somebody's probably going to clip that and say he's lying. I feel like it would have just been better for him to not say that. And they proceed to give another character a wedding theme skin in PGR. That is actually something that happened, right? There is a wedding Lucia skin, right? Ooh, that's a little bit rough. Ooh, that's a little bit dicey. That's a little bit rough, amigo. Yeah, somebody might not be... Yeah, I guess this is the thing, right? It's like when everything points to the contrary... I don't know, right? Sometimes it's just like, even if they did say that, I would just say they didn't. That's just me. That's just me. Sometimes you gotta, like... Sometimes... I don't even think that's just lying by... I don't even think that's lying by omission. I think at that point, that's just having business sense. I think that's just having business sense. It's like, okay, did not saying that hurt anybody? No, but does saying it potentially hurt somebody? Yes. It's like, okay, like maybe what's the point in saying it then? Do we gain anything from revealing that information? Answer is probably not. Do we lose something from revealing that information? Yes. Like, what's the best move here, man? Damn, how should we play this one? How should we play this one, man? Wait, why am I even using Verena here?
Sever. Take 4.
Listen carefully. Same actor, different role.
Bro, Brand's echo skill is so bad, bro. Shit does no damage. Well. All I know is, hopefully, he's okay. Hopefully the drama doesn't get any bigger. Because I'm gonna be real, I don't think he helped out with it.
Listen carefully.
Perish in flames.
In the limelight. It's but a splash.
Mind's eye. Take four. Who's the caged bird now?
Guys, where does everyone find like those emojis where the guys look like they're taking a shit? Like, it's like this one over here. Somebody had to have made these. It's like it's like who? Who did that? Who did that, brother? All right, now let's beat up this fucking gargoyle, brother. Let's beat up this fucking gargoyle.
Roll for me.
Shit. Just tell them to buff Yinlin first.
Let the flames rise.
Beckon the divine.
Yeah, Yinlin getting
flame.
buffed would be pretty good.
Life is in everything. The fruit of evolution.
Epic shot. Listen carefully.
Others incinerate.
Same
Together we
actor,
vanish.
different role. At the helm. Perfect finale. More passion.
Did I just get...
Cheat is but a splash.
Bro, I cannot believe it does that.
Who's the caged bird now?
Surely Doro will complain about the 2.1 skins in ZZZ. I guess this is the thing, right? I wouldn't even hold it against Doro for not talking about the skins.
Keep the cheer.
That would require him to
Together
play
we
ZZZ, and I don't think he does that. That would require him to first be playing ZZZ, and I don't think he does it. Honestly, if Doro has those thoughts about what's it called, about the swimsuit skins, he probably would have a panic attack if he saw what's it called, the design of some of the characters in ZZZ. Let's be real here. Like, he'd probably have a panic attack looking at the ZZZ character designs. He actually plays it? He plays ZZZ and HSR? No way. He played for 2.0? I think everyone played a little bit of 2.0. I think everybody played a little bit of 2.0. Guys, you can technically say that I played 2.0.
Same actor, different role.
Okay, alrighty. Damn, that's a lot of good stuff. Maybe we should finish up the Lupa build. I feel like we gotta finish up the Lupa build.
Life guide us next.
What are we looking at over here for Flaming Claw print? What do we got?
Well, whatever it is, I'll play my role to the fullest.
That's some dog shit. Do we roll any... Did we get any attack 1 costs? We don't have a single one. I'm about to use modifiers, brother. Oh, these ones are kind of mid, too. They're kind of dog shit. What does that sound? Oh, it was the Dragon of Dirge blowing shit up.
To which stage will life guide us next?
Let's see what we got. Flaming Claw print.
Well, whatever
Fusion
it is,
damage,
I'll
but
play
okay.
my role to the fullest.
There was one piece I said I was gonna roll later. Yeah, this one. Because if this actually rolls crit rate, it's like, it's not even bad. If this actually rolls crit rate, it's actually good. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, man. Oh, man. Seeing that, like, almost worst in class. I mean, maybe it rolls double crit ER. It's like 10.5, 21%. Okay, 50% is still cool. Right? What if this rolls like ER and then like crit rate? Okay, what if this rolls like 10.5% crit rate? Damn, it was close, boys. Hey, we almost got it there, boys. Almost got it there. All right, let's check out these Karasaurs. Surely. Ooh, not bad. Not bad. Okay. That's pretty bad. ER crit liberation damage. Okay, I don't even want to level that anymore. I already think it's going to be worse, right? It's already going to be worse than what I have. Fuck. Fucking 6.3, brother. I'll just go again. I mean, the build right now is not terrible. I'm just hoping Lupa doesn't need a fuck ton of ER. Yeah, she's at like 119 on this build right now. We got this pretty nice double crit Lioness of Glory. We got this whole thing going on, 7.5, 18.6, 10.8. We got this. It's a little mid, but it's got the ER and the attack. And then we got, yeah, these one costs are, this one cost is really cope, and so is this. This one's not bad because it's got the attack, but they're pretty cope. Your crit rate rolls are kind of low. Yeah, she's gonna be at like 70%. Yeah, she's gonna be at like she's gonna be legit at like 70%, which is gonna be a little bit suspect. Bro, that's mid. I have a better set. Congratulations, you got luckier than me. Awesome, dude. Congrats. Do you want a medal? Is that something you brag about? You brag about that every day? Oh, yeah. This random thing happened to me, and it was slightly better for me than it was for you. Man, that makes me a better person. You hear that? You hear that, bucko? Yeah, sounds silly, doesn't it, buddy? Sounds a little silly, doesn't it? Ugh. Okay, alrighty, 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 alrighty. Why are you not using Chacona's S1? What does Chacona's S1 even do? What does it even do? Let's see here. I can't believe we got that
To which
literally
stage
on
will
just a
life
random
guide us
10 pull that I
next?
was doing for shits and giggles. I feel like that kind of
The
ruined
divinity
me.
may foresee the future of the world, but I doubt they can predict which song people will play tomorrow.
Dude, this thing is so ass. I'm not fucking activating this. The fuck? I'm not activating that shit.
Ooh, 35% attack. Oh my god, so crazy. Oh, it's so strong.
I mean, it actually is pretty strong. 35% attack is actually really good for a sequence node. It's actually incredibly powerful. Her S1 is literally a hand check? No, it's not. It gives 35. A 35% attack is not a hand check. And guys, it's not 3 basic attack rolls. It's just she gains 35% attack for using a basic attack. That's a lot for one sequence node. That's actually like 4 attack rolls. Because, believe me, the average attack roll is not 11.6. Yeah, the average attack roll is like 8%. So, yeah, it's like 4 of them, frankly. It's like 8 or 9%. I meant the interruption resistance. No, I get that, but the interruption resistance doesn't really matter because it gives fucking 4... It gives the equivalent of 4 attack rolls. That shit is fucking immense. Yeah, I mean... Oh, I still have all these weekly challenge boxes, too. And all these. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wait, I probably don't even need to grind for Lupa. Straight up, I feel like I'll just have enough to, like, level her up. Maybe I need to grind a little bit. I grinded anyways. Maybe they'll have, like, a double redeem event at some point. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I think we got everything we wanted done today. Yeah, I feel like I have to, like, take an early date to leave some time for some sponsor stuff, unfortunately. Yeah, it's kind of, like, screwing with my schedule right now. I feel like I gotta go have a chat with these guys, and figure stuff out, because they've, like, it's kind of, like, had a toll on the schedule. Because, like, I don't know if I can actually, like, get stuff approved on time. So, yeah, we'll figure that out in a second. But, yeah, sorry for the annoying schedule this week, unfortunately. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is, unfortunately, this week. But the good news is that we don't have a lot of stuff going on this week. This is the 3rd time. Okay, you guys don't need to, okay, I already addressed it. We don't need to complain this much, guys. Yeah, that's when you start milking it. And that's when I also stop, caring then. Yeah, the second someone starts milking it, I'm like, okay, it's not that deep, guys. All right, where do I drop you guys off to? Let's see over here. Where do I drop you guys off? Is it just Faeo again? There's really nobody else online, right? Off a cliff, please. Yeah, everyone's offline today. Yeah, it seems... Yeah, I think everyone's taking an early day today, guys. Alright. I'll just drop you all off to Faeo. Yeah. Alrighty. Alrighty. Peace out, guys. See y'all later.